First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and seated. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief of liaison, to the chiefmen, princes, mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Glory and praise to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, first and foremost. He is ought to be honored and glorified and worthy of praise for his infinite mercy and compassion. Amen. His infinite mercy and compassion, for he is a jealous God. For thou art a jealous God. And what made God jealous? What made God jealous was because of us being intolerant, being unfaithful to God. Faithfulness to God is shown through your actions. When you are faithful to God, it is shown through your actions and your ways. The only way we can learn how to be faithful to God is by reading the book. Reading the book of our forefathers, about our ancient forefathers, and about that ancient path that these godly men who was chosen by God took. And by them walking in a way that was pleasing in the eyes of God is what drew the attention of God towards them. We cannot walk in our own wanton ways. We cannot walk in our own thoughts and our own actions and think God is just going to accept us the way we are. Because there is something that is in us, in each and every one of us, that God hates. There is something in each and every one of us that caused God to frown at you. So we use the book, we read the book to learn the things that causes God to frown at you. We learn the things that we can do to please God. There was a couple of questions. So one of the questions was asked, did the witch of Endor really call up Samuel? Was it a demonic spirit? And my answer to that is, what did the book say? See, when we ask questions like that, we question the book. All we have to do is read the book. And if the book says that the witch of Endor called up the prophet Samuel, that's what happened. We can't question a book. This is why when you return to God and when you're seeking God, you must seek God in simplicity of heart. What do I mean by in simplicity of heart? Let go of everything. Let go of everything from your past and what was taught you so that you can accept God 100%. Okay? The book said the witch of Endor called up Samuel.
That's it.
And that's the only thing that we can go by is what the book says. Now, as far as dealing with your parents that don't serve God, that's them. That was another question. Dealing with your parents that don't serve God. You continue to deal with your parents. You continue to be a child to your parents.
Correct.
Okay? Notice that the Creator did not command Abraham to depart from his kindred, from his family, until his father died. When his father died, God commanded him, he said, get up away. Get away from your relatives. Get away from your families. Get away from your kindred. Right? Continue to deal with honor your parents. Honor is still due to your parents regardless of their lifestyle. Regardless of how they live. Regardless of the things that they're doing and how they're living. Honor and glorification goes to your parents. You cannot judge them. Well, my mother is doing this and my father is doing this. Well, that's your mother and your father. Your mother and your father could have flushed you. How about that one? They could have put you, your father could have put you in a bag and threw you in the garbage. Your mother could have went and aborted you. Honor and glorification goes to your parents regardless of the lifestyle that your parents chose. Why? Because the commandments of God said, honor them. Honor and glorify your parents. That's it. Now, when you are married to a man, right? Your parents, your father can't come and get you. You're my wife. You're my wife. No, he can't come get you. Because that was a question too. No, he can't. Your father served gods of wood and stones. Now, all of a sudden, he wants to come into your life and remove you. Why? Because of the life that you chose.
That's right.
You have chosen to live a godly lifestyle, and because he or she disagreed with the lifestyle, he wants to infiltrate. Right. Absolutely not. Over my dead body. Yeah. God said, you're my possession. You belong to me. Right. Notice that nowhere in the book it happened. Okay? What I'm talking about. When Saul took his daughter and gave her to Paltiel. We have to remember that when Saul did that, he wasn't in the right frame of mind. Saul did that because the evil spirit of God rode him, and he did that to offend kings. He did that to offend David. Nowhere in the book that happened. Nowhere in the book that happened. King David came up. King David comes. He said, listen, man, ain't nothing else happening. There's no peace until I get my wife back. King David could have divorced her. She slept and went in, and Paltiel went into her. But he also knew that God hated putting away. God despised the fact that a man had to divorce his wife. Right. So I'm not giving out no divorce. You my wife forever, regardless of what you do. That's right. You mine. Dealing with worldly family members. Your worldly family members are not your parents. Your parents is on a different level than your family members. I don't deal with my family members. If they come by, hey, what's up, sis? What's up, brother? How you doing? How you doing, auntie, uncle? And that's as far as it goes. I don't go to their functions. I don't go to their traditions. I don't go to their celebrations because their traditions and celebrations and meetings are not godly. I said their traditions and celebrations are not the traditions and celebrations of God. So therefore, I separate myself. Why? Because I'm not like them. Right. And it also shows determination. It also shows whose side you on. Is smoking okay according to scripture? A lot of people say it's not okay. Some people say it's okay. Look, man, there's nothing wrong with smoking. Ain't nothing wrong with smoking. It's not against the law. Okay? It's not against the law. I don't read nowhere in the book where it was against the law to smoke. But I read in the book where God said he hates when you put the branch to your nose. You know what's the branch? You know what they was doing when they put the branch to their nose? They were sniffing. They were sniffing. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Ain't nothing new under the sun. And that's in the prophecy where God said, man, I hate it. He said that. I said, I don't like that, man. So because God don't like it, you refrain from it. We're going to go into a little bit into Ecclesiastes. Let's go to Genesis chapter 25. But before I go into Genesis chapter 25, make you go to Genesis 25. I'm going to go into Ecclesiastes chapter 14. Ecclesiastes chapter 14, right? It says, blessed is the man that had not slipped with his mouth. He said, blessed is the man that had not slipped with his mouth. Blessed is the man that had not slipped up and said the wrong things out of his mouth. Because you can't take those words back. We say things in an emotional state, and then later on, you begin to regret what you said. If you regret what you said, most of us has no conscience. Because your conscience is what caused you to regret, to have remorse, to feel sorry for. All right? They say, and is not pricked with the multitude of sins. Prick is a nagging or sharp feelings of remorse, regrets, or sorrows. He said, blessed is he whose conscience had not condemned him. How can your conscience condemn you? All right? Your conscience condemns you when your internal moral sense judges your actions. You know what that means? When wisdom comes to you. When wisdom comes to you and tell you, man, you was wrong. Something came over you and told you you was wrong for saying that. Something came to you and told you you was wrong for doing that. You was wrong in your actions. That's your internal moral sense. That's when your conscience condemns you. It condemns, your conscience condemns and judges your actions, your thoughts, and your feelings as wrong, leading to feelings of guilt, shame, or remorse. So when you're being judged according to your internal moral sense, right, it leads you to the feelings of guilt, shame, or remorse. Most of us don't get this. Most of us don't have feelings of guilt behind our wrongdoings. Most of us are not shameful behind our wrongdoings. Most of us are not remorseful behind our wrongdoings. Why? Because we justify ourselves. We justify our own actions and come up with an opinion or a reason of why I did it, why I said it. Forget about why you did it. Are you able to see your faults? Are you able to pinpoint your faults with God? And when you pinpoint your faults with God and when you offend your fellow neighbor, how do you feel after? How do you feel after your offensive treatment? Do you feel guilt? Do you feel shame? Do you feel remorseful? Your internal moral sense is what guides you in determining what is right from wrong. That's your internal moral sense. Your internal moral sense guides you through life. It guides you through life. So when your actions and thoughts deviate, I said when your actions and your thoughts deviate from your eternal moral standards, your conscience will react.
It will notify
Your conscience notifies you. Your conscience reacts and says, ding, 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 ding,
you.
wrong.
That was wrong.
Don't move that way. Ding, 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 ding. You're wrong. Don't say that. Ding, ding, ding. So some type of bell start ringing off in your head. Wait a minute. Now this right here is going to cause you to pull a halt. Wait a minute. Wait, I'm not going to move like this. Something just came to me. That's your conscience. Something just came to me. I can't do this. Something just came to me. I can't move like no. Something I shouldn't have said that. That's your conscience talking to you.
That's a good thing.
Most of us don't take heed to our conscience, leading to feelings of guilt, shame, or remorse, feelings of condemnation. When what? You condemn yourself for your actions and the things that you done voiced out of your mouth that was offensive before God and man. Your conscience is a very important. It's very important for growth, for personal growth with God. I say your conscience is important for personal growth with God and your moral development. Okay? It causes you to reflect on your actions. It causes you to reflect on yourself. Learn from your mistake. Learn from your mistakes and strive to be better with God. This is what your conscience does. These are the things that your conscience does. Tom, hold up. He said, and who is not fallen from his hope from God? Because we can fall from hope. We can fall from hope from God. Why? Because ain't nobody did that. You did it to yourself. Anytime we violate the standards that God commanded us to follow, we fall from the grace of God. I said we fall from the grace of God. Riches are not comely for a niggard. I said riches are not comely, it's not pleasing for a niggard. Right? And what should an envious man do with his money? An envious man only think about himself. He's only for self. So he's not going to be liberal. He's not going to look to see where it's needed or who needs or where I need to go to. You're just going to be for yourself. He said, he that gathereth by defrauding his own soul, gathereth for others. Why? Because God's going to take your, what you have gathered, take it away from you, and give it to someone that needs it, who deserves it, and shall spend his goods riotously. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good to? If you're evil to yourself, you can't be good to me. How can you be good to someone and you're evil to your own self? This is why you can only expect what the person shows you. I can't expect something grandiose, some grandioso love, and the person is not showing love for himself. He said, there is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is a recompense of his wickedness. This is a repayment. This is a repayment, a recompense of his own wickedness. God is going to cause you to envy your own self. Ain't that something? God is going to turn you against yourself. That's deep. That's a problem. Because when God turns you against yourself, you're not going to do nothing good. Nothing that benefits yourself. Which means what? The only way I can benefit myself is by taking heed to God. Taking heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes. Now I benefit. He said, there is none worse than he that envy himself, and this is the recompense of his own wickedness. And if he do it good, he do it unwillingly. And at the last, he will declare his wickedness. Unwillingly. I didn't do it because I wanted to do it. I did it because I was forced. I did it because I would have stuck out. I did it because I didn't want to look like the oddball. So therefore, I did good. But really, in all, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have did it at all. I'm only following you or following this person or following the masses. There is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is a recompense of his own wickedness. And if he do it good, he do it unwillingly, and at the last he will declare his wickedness. The envious man had a wicked eye. I said, the envious man hath a wicked eye. What is a wicked eye? A wicked eye, or a person with an evil eye, does evil and do things to a person that it doesn't warrant. You don't deserve it. You did this man or this person evil, and it didn't warrant what you did to that person. You know what it reminded me of? King Saul. When you read in that passage where Saul said, where it says that Saul I was evil towards King David. King David did not do anything to warrant Saul chasing him all over the place. He didn't deserve it. Yeah. You see, a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his own portion. A covetous man or a covetous person wants what's not his. He said, and he's not satisfied with his own portion. He wants and wants more and more and more. Right? My son, according to thy ability, do good to thyself and give the Lord his due offering. Remember that death will not be long. Let's cut that. Let's go to Genesis chapter 25.
Genesis chapter 25.
Genesis chapter 25.
Then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah.
Okay.
And she bare him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua.
So at this point in time now, Abraham's wife, who was Sarah, she died. She passed away. And that is the sentence of God. I said, that is the sentence of God. The sentence of God is that we all must go that way. But before you go that way, you have to accomplish being upright and righteous, being just before God. You have to accomplish these laws, commandments, and statutes before you die. Before you die. Tamshi.
And Jokshan begot Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashorim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, Ephah, and Hanok, Abidah, and Eldaah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines, which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country.
God didn't have to tell him a second time. Abraham learned from the first instance. When Sarah looked and checked Ishmael mocking, she said, listen, get her and get this guy here away from my son. Abraham said, nah, man, he didn't want to do it. He felt, you know what I mean? God had to come to him and say, hearken to the voice of your wife. And from that point on, he realized that Isaac was the child of the covenant. So therefore, after he had those children with Keturah, God ain't got to come to him a second time no more. See, this is our problem. God got to keep coming to you and chastising you over and over for the same violation. From that first time, Abraham learned and said, you know what? Let me separate these guys here from my son Isaac. Go ahead, read.
And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 100 years. 100 years. That's 175 years old. Read. Then Abraham gave up the ghost.
Abraham gave up the ghost.
And died in a good old age.
In a good old age.
An old man and full of years. And he was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac. And Isaac dwelt by the well Lahairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, Kedar, Abdiel, and Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, and Massa, Hadad, and Tema, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations.
He said, Ishmael gonna be great too, but the covenant's gonna go through Isaac. All of Abraham's sons that came out of his loins was great. And those was nations those was nations that migrated into their own area and became great. Tamshi.
And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's sons. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old.
40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife.
The daughter of Bethuel,
the
Syrian
of
Padanaram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife.
And Isaac entreated God for his wife. Isaac turned to God because his wife wanted to bear children. She wants to conceive. To entreat means to plead with, especially in order to make a request. He made a request to God and asked God.
And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren.
She was barren. She couldn't conceive. And when he realized that she couldn't conceive, he turned to God on her behalf. Tamshi.
And the Lord was entreated of him. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived.
Tamshi.
And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so.
The children struggled together within her. At this point in time, Rebekah has twins in her womb. Jacob and Esau. And these two specific twins were struggling from within the womb. The struggle began and started from within. And she was.
And she said, if it be so, why am I thus?
She said, why am I like this? Go ahead.
And she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb.
2 nations are in your womb.
And 2 manner of people
shall be separated from thy bowels. So these 2 nations that Rebekah has in her womb, God separated them. They're never gonna click or join together. All right, go ahead.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
One people shall be stronger than the other people.
And the elder shall serve the younger.
And the elder shall serve the younger. And as we read on through history, it shows you who served who. Right? Go ahead.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
Now we got to learn and understand the definition and the meaning of servant. Right? In 1 Kings 12, verse 6 to 11, right? 1 Kings 12. You can stay where you at. I'm going to read it. 1 Kings 12, verse 6 to 11. Right? It says, the king and King Rehoboam consulted with the old men that stood before Solomon, his father, while he yet alive, and said, how do ye advise that I may answer these people? See, one thing we got to realize is that we all had counselors. We all had advisors. We all had someone that can come to you and advise you and counsel you righteously. Even Solomon, King David, the great man had advisors. But when we get advised and counseled, we get angry at the counselor because what you're being told, you don't agree with it. We don't agree with the counsel all the time. We don't agree with the advice that's given to us because it doesn't soothe, it doesn't correlate with how you feel. We got to stop that. The best of them had counselors and advisors. King David had a counselor. There ain't nobody here more righteous and godly than King David. So we have to be able to advise and counsel each other without conflict, without arguing and debating and fighting. And got to stop that, man. You got to be able to take advice, godly advice. Yo, don't do that, man. Yo, you shouldn't have moved that way. Yo, you shouldn't have did that. Yo, listen here, man. Don't do it this way. Do it like this. Take heed. The godly men took heed. So if you're godly, then, and if you're walking in the path of the righteous, then you will take heed. Right. See, all that is the ways of God. All that is the path of righteousness. But we're not taking heed. The path of righteousness is a vast, large spectrum that we need to cover. It covers many departments as far as being righteous before God. We cover in one part, but this other part we're lacking in. And we cover in this part, then this department we lacking in. Tom C.
Behold, there were twins in her womb. Verse 25. And the birds came out red.
Wait. Hold on, I'm sorry. 6. Go back to that verse. I'm going to finish reading here. Okay. And the king Rehoboam consulted with the old man that stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, and said, how do ye advise that I may answer this people? Right? And they spake unto him, saying, if thou wilt be a servant unto this people this day, and will serve them and answer them and speak good words to them, then they will be thy servant forever. How you want someone to serve you, but you're not serving them? You are ill-treating them, talking against them, but you want them to serve you. No. The kings serve the people. And in return, the people serve the king. We got to serve each other. The king and the head got to serve the people. And in return, the people serves the king. The father, a father serves his children. How? Yeah, I serve my children. I serve my children by providing, making sure that they eat, making sure that they got clothes, making sure that they clean and they shower and this and the other, and making sure they're good and protected. This is why God, one of the commandments of God is that God has confirmed the authority of the mother over the children. We don't have a clue of what the parents went through raising these children. And they go through it and will give their life up for children. And then when they grow up, they spit on their parents. But the parent serves the child, serves the children. And in return, the children serve their parents. Because when you was a baby, many nights your mother lost sleep, getting up to feed you because you up, you want to eat. And then you don't feel like going to sleep when you don't want to sleep. So the parent, the mother got to stay up. Sometimes when the mother's up, the father ends up waking up. And you're going to grow up into a grown man or a grown woman that dishonor your parents. There's no faithfulness and no loyalty. You have no good in you because you're supposed to reflect These are things that we reflect on so that I can keep my honor for my father and my mother. Regardless of their lifestyle and how they live. Oh, they don't serve God, so what? That's still your parents. But the good is going to think on good things. I said the good, a good man or a good woman reflects on good things. They don't reflect on the negative. And I learned that. I learned that as years and years ago. Because when you reflect on the negative, you give negative response. And then the negative response is against the ones that God said to honor. I said, but he forsook the counsel of the old men, which they had given him, and consulted with the young men that were grown up with him, which stood before him. We tend to click with our liking. You look at the older and say, oh, you're an old head. You don't know what he's talking about. You're an old head. You're old. But God said, follow the ancient path. That same old head has knowledge of the ancient path that the youngins needs to follow, need to survive it. So he despised the counsel of the old men and went to men of his own like. And he went to the men of his own like. They spoke his language. Nah, all that. Now we ain't doing that. It's up. It's up. It's up. We're going to up it on him. And he upped it. And what happened? He felt it. It backfired on him. It backfired. You ended up pushing people away. The godly attracts. A godly man will attract, not detract, or not repel. Not repel. So therefore, I can only attract by how I'm moving and how I'm treating and the way I speak. Okay? Now, okay, yes. Now, it says the elders, now Ben-Hadad, right? Let's look, where verse you at? Go back to that verse.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a
all right, hold up, stay on that verse 25. So now we're going to go into, it says, the elder shall serve the younger until Esau broke the yoke. There was a man named Ben-Hadad who escaped the campaign. Joab was a bad man. And this man ran a campaign by himself. He didn't go and get the army. He didn't go get, he had a whole nation of Edomites running. Joab was a bad man, man. He had 10 armor bearers, and he went against a whole nation by himself and was wiping them out. But Ben-Hadad escaped the campaign that Joab started to kill all the Edomites. He escaped into Egypt and married Pharaoh's daughter. Right? So when he decides to leave, Pharaoh goes to him and said, man, you don't want nothing. You don't want for nothing. You good here. You got my daughter, you have children, you got land, you running things, you good. He said, but he left with a whole army at that time. The yoke been broke. At that point in time, the yoke broke already. And since then is when the elder, after years later, the elder served the younger. How did the elder serve the younger? EBT, welfare. We go to them We go to government assistance. We go to them for everything. They're serving us by taking care of us. Tom Sheep.
And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment. And they called his name Esau.
Esau.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. So
now she had twins in her womb. Esau came out red, right? The same complexion as King David. The same complexion as King Solomon. Read the book, 2 Samuel chapter 16. It says David was ruddy. I said King David was ruddy. When you look it up in the Hebrew, the definition of ruddy in the Hebrew is admoni. This is why we can't look at people's complexion and determine whether they are Israel or not. Remember, Ben-Hadad, who was an Edomite, married into Pharaoh's daughter. Two different people. Moses was mistaken for an Egyptian because of his clothes, how he dressed, not because of his complexion. They had the same complexion, apparently. They looked the same. It was how he dressed. What depicted and shown who he was. So Ben-Hadad married into Pharaoh's daughter. Could you imagine a white man marry into a black woman, and then he had children, and then his children marry into black women, and they all are black? You're not going to be able to depict or to say that these are children of a white man, because their father's father went into a black woman. This is why we can't and we must stop looking at people's appearance, their complexion, talking about what he's this or he's the other or he ain't Israel. God said, I'm a God for all. Once you turn to God wholeheartedly, God will accept you. Job was who? A Babylonian. A speckled bird got different colors, different spots. Time sheet, where we at?
Verse 27.
Verse 27.
And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
And the boys grew. Esau was a cunning hunter. What verse you at?
27.
Time sheet.
A man in the field, and Jacob was a plain man.
Esau was a cunning hunter, a man in the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. They had different characters. Even though they was brothers coming from the same father. People tend to forget that Esau is Isaac's son. Are we forgetting this? Esau is Shemitic.
Yes.
Just like Jacob.
Yes.
Esau is Shemitic. But because of our trauma and hang-ups, why we got this trauma and hang-up is because we ain't recognizing the chastisement of God. That's why. First of all, we have to recognize that God has chastised a people and put them under subjection under a people because of our violation of the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. So therefore, God is putting us through it. We done migrated into Africa. And while we migrated into Africa, while we are in Africa, we still did not acknowledge our faults with God and change. We took on Hamitic customs. We took on tribal marks. Lived according to these Hamites.
Yeah.
We ain't Africans, man.
No, we're not.
We ain't no African. I'm not no African. Africans was Hamites. I'm out the line of Shem. I'm a Hebrew. I'm out the line of my forefather Abraham. He said, people that came out of what? Of the Chaldeans. He said, and as long as these people is right with God, leave them alone. Pass over. The only way you can infiltrate is when there's sin. When there's sin. Time sheet.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 28.
Time sheet.
And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his
venison. Isaac loved Esau because he ate of his venison. Esau was a bad man. Venison is deer meat. There's no meat like it. There's no meat like it. And when Esau go to see a lot of Israelites, I see a lot of Israelites in these stores, and all I got to do is look down into the cart, and I see ground beef, I see chicken, I see beef ribs, I see franks, cold cuts, steaks. But guess what? If you ask the person a question, excuse me, sister, excuse me, brother, do you know how that animal died? No. They're going to say no. They can't explain. So then, because you don't know how that animal died, do you think you should be eaten? Because when we eat meat that died of itself, it is sin incurred upon you. If you decide to eat meat, and I'm not saying that it's wrong to eat meat. Ain't nothing wrong by eating meat. But for God's sake, eat the meat according to the standards that we read in the book by knowing how the animal died. Which means we have to hunt our own meat. We have to kill our own meat that we want to eat for ourselves. But guess what? We take the laws of God and thrust it behind our back. Go ahead, read.
And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison.
Because he ate of his venison.
But Rebecca loved Jacob.
Rebecca loved Jacob. So parents going to have their favorites. Yeah, parents going to have favorites. The parent, you guys may have a father that favor one son more than the rest. Then you may have a father that favor this specific daughter more than the rest. They're going to have favorites. Rebecca loved Jacob. Not saying that Isaac didn't love Jacob, but his main squeeze was Esau. He said, because this guy here make a bad venison. Go ahead, read.
And Jacob sowed pottage.
He boiled lentils.
Esau came from the field.
And he was tired. He's out in the field hunting. He's tired. Right? Go ahead.
And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage.
All this is transpiring, remember, from what God told Rebecca. We must keep that in mind. What God informed Rebecca about these two boys, about Esau and Jacob. Okay? Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage. For I am faint.
Therefore was his name called Edom.
He said, listen, man, I'm tired. Please feed me with some lentils because I'm tired. Right? Go ahead.
And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright.
So Jacob returned to him and said, oh, listen, man. He said, sell me your birthright. You sell me your birthright and you can get this pot of lentils. An even exchange. So Esau is coming from the field. He is tired. And he wants some of Jacob's red lentils. Jacob turns in and says, listen, man, if you sell me your birthright, then what? Then you can get some of these lentils. Tom Sheep.
And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die.
Now people say, people talked against Jacob. Jacob was wrong. Jacob was wrong, man. He shouldn't have sold his birth. He should have just gave him the lentils. Huh? Think about it. You think that was right? God ain't said it was wrong. God did not talk and say anything about Jacob was wrong. Because I read in the book where God said that there was no iniquity found in Jacob. There was no iniquity found in Abraham. There was no iniquity found in Isaac. But we find in fault in our forefathers. We want to find fault in men that God done exalted, that God didn't even find fault with. Who we think we are? Why don't we talk against things that you don't read in the book? When God did, but that's our problem. We talk against things that we read in the book and it's not there. It never showed where God had a problem with Jacob asking for his birthright.
Right.
So therefore, we should not have a problem with it. Well, I don't think he was right. Well, you don't think you was right.
What you think don't matter.
And what you think don't matter. It don't hold no grounds. Because the only thing that matters and counts is what God thinks.
That's right.
That's it. Go ahead, read. He said, Esau said, verse 32.
And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me?
He said, what's the profit of me, of this birthright? I'm about to die. I need something to eat. Go ahead.
And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob. And Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright.
Go to 27.
Genesis chapter 27.
Esau despised his birthright. Why? Because he sold it for a pot of lentils, but the man was hungry. He was tired. He was tired. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, his eyes were dim,
and his eyes were dim. Isaac could not see. He was blind. He couldn't see. Read.
He called Esau his eldest son.
He called Esau his eldest son and said unto him,
my son.
My son.
And he said unto him, behold, here am I.
Here am I.
And he said, behold, now I am old.
I am old.
I know not the day.
I don't know when I'm going to die. I don't know when God going to take me. This is a time that every father wish they had with their child, to be able to instruct them before God takes his spirit from them. Because the only thing that activates the body is the spirit.
What?
I said the only thing that activates our bodies is the spirit that God gave us. All right, go ahead.
Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison.
Take me some venison.
And make me savory meat.
Make me savory meat, tasty meat.
Such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son.
Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. No, she wasn't eavesdropping. Why do we say crazy things about our mothers and our fathers whom God has chosen? They're living in tents. Both of their tents. You live in one tent, I'm in one tent. I'm going to hear everything that go on in your tent. It's not like we're behind walls.
Right.
They're in tents. Go ahead.
And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying,
now Rebekah is going to Jacob to instruct her son. Heavy instructions. Because she is instructing them according to what God has informed her about these two kids, about these two men.
And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, bring me venison and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee.
Obey my voice according to that which I command thee.
Go down to the flock.
Go down to the flock.
Fetch me from thence 2 good kids
Go
of
get
the
me
goats.
two good kids of the goats.
And I will make them savory meat for thy father.
Savory meat for thy father.
Such as he loved.
Such as he loved.
If thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah,
look what Jacob said to his mother.
Behold, Esau, my brother, is
a hairy man. Esau, my brother, is hairy.
And I am a smooth man.
He said, I'm a smooth man. I'm not hairy like my brother Esau. Okay? He will be able to tell the difference between who is who.
Right.
All he got to do is touch me. Okay? Go ahead.
My father, peradventure, will fulfill me. And I shall seem to him as a deceiver.
As a deceiver. Wait a minute. This is deep. And honor goes deep. Okay? Now we're going to go into the definition of being a deceiver. The word for deceiver is King Ta'itea. King Ta'itea. The root word is ta'a. Tau, ayin, ayin. And when I read this, I said, I'm not doing this no more. And we are all guilty of doing it. Why? Because we're worried about the feelings. I don't want to stress her out. I don't want to aggravate her. The word ta'a, it means to mislead. I don't want to mislead Yaakov. We mislead our mother. We mislead our father by doing what? Giving the wrong idea. When your mother come and asks you, what happened? I can't give her the what? A watered down story or the wrong idea about the situation to kick off or to push her thoughts away from what really happened.
That's right.
I read that. Right. I said, thank God for wisdom. Thank you, Lord, for showing me this so that I can better myself and I will not mislead my mother again. All right? Giving the wrong idea or impression to lead into a mistaken action or belief. So what you done told her caused her to believe something completely different of what just took place. You see what Jacob? You see the mindset of Jacob? I said, do you see the mind frame of Yaakov? We want to be godly. These are the things that we need to find. Genesis shows you your ways. I said, Genesis shows you your ways. All right? To cause someone to believe something that is not true. He said, I don't want to mislead my father. He said, I'm going to look at him as a deceiver. And I shall bring a curse upon me and not a blessing. That's all a part of honoring too. Yeah. But we're still learning how to honor. We're never going to perfect the aspects of honoring. Never. There's levels to honor. And as we become better and as we grow with God, then God will open your eyes to the aspects on different levels of honoring your father and your mother as you grow. We are grown as a people. Because if we wasn't grown as a people, then information like this wouldn't be revealed.
Right.
This is why God separates his people. Because not every group is the same as this group. It's the same as the other group. God separates you according to your kind and how you are.
That's right.
So you're led over here, and you're led there, and you're led here, and you're led over there. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Genesis chapter 27, verse 13. And his mother said unto him, upon me be thy curse, my son.
His mother looked She said, listen, son, upon me be a curse. Complete transfer. She done transferred the curse to her. Go ahead.
Only obey my voice.
Only obey my voice.
And go fetch me them.
And go get that. What I told you.
He went.
And
he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread.
You see how hairy that man was? She put the skins of goat upon his neck.
Oh, that's cool.
That's how hairy that man was, man. He was hairy. He was a hairy dude. Go ahead, read.
And upon the smooth of his neck. 17. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came into his father and said, my father. And he said, here am I.
He said, here am I.
Who art thou, my son?
Who art thou, my son?
Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau.
He said, I am Esau.
Thy firstborn.
Thy firstborn.
I have done according as
thou badest me.
Arise.
Arise.
I pray thee sit.
I pray thee sit.
And eat of my venison. That thy soul
may bless me.
And Isaac said unto his son, how is it that thou hast found it so quickly?
He didn't say, you see how godly Isaac was? Isaac was a godly man. He was so godly that he did not go according to what he heard. He said, it sounds good. Let's read.
He said, because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, come near, I pray thee.
He said, come on over here.
That I may feel thee.
The only way I can tell if you're truly Esau, he said, let me touch you.
Whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, the voice is Jacob's voice. But the hands are the hands of
Esau. That's how godly that man was. It sounded like Jacob. And the only way I can tell if it was truly Jacob if I had to feel him. Because I can't see. So therefore, he had to judge the matter according to that. Not according to his ears and what he heard. Nah, you got all this hair on you. This sounds like Jacob. You are Jacob. No, he can't say that. He couldn't say it. He said because the man feels like Esau.
Only one person out here.
That's right. Tom C.
And he discerned him not.
He didn't recognize him.
Because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord had blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee. And nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee.
Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee.
Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from hunting. And he also had made savory meat.
The man was afraid, because he already knew I went in here and I done deceived and tricked my father. Now I'm about to get up out of here. As he's leaving out, Esau comes in. Go ahead.
And he also had savory meat and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that my soul may bless him. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou?
He said, who are you?
And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly and said, Who? Where is he that had taken venison?
He said, Isaac trembled very exceedingly. He said, where is he that what?
That had taken venison and brought it to me, and I had eaten of all before thou camest, and had blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed.
He shall be blessed. It's going to happen.
And when
the parents knows when they're going. He said, nah, I'm about to go. It's time to go. Yeah. You can feel it. You can feel it. You can discern it. You know when it's that time.
Close.
It's close. So when it's that close, he went to go give his sons a blessing. Right? Go ahead.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding
bitter cry.
And said unto his father, Bless me.
Bless
even
me
also, O
even
my
me
father.
also, O my father.
And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety.
Thy brother came with subtlety. Mirma is the Hebrew word for subtlety, and it means your brother came with treachery, with deceit. Treachery is betrayal of trust, deceptive actions, a deceptive nature. Go ahead.
And had taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Yaakov? But he has supplanted me.
Is not he rightly named Yaakov? Right? Now the word Yaakov is Yaakov, right? It also means to supplant, right? Taking hold, it also means taking hold of the heel. To supplant means what? To supersede and replace, to take the place of another, especially by force or treachery. And that's what Jacob did. Most of the time when our parents named us certain names, we lived out the meaning of the name. The child lived out the meaning of the name, Tamshi.
Well, he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he had taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy Lord.
Made him Lord.
And all his brethren
have I given him for servants.
And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
Cried out, man. He cried out, read.
And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by the sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
And the yoke been broken. Ben-Hadad done broke the yoke and broke off. Go ahead.
And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing.
Esau hated Jacob because of who?
Because of the
blessing wherein his father blessed him.
And Esau said in his heart,
Esau
the
said in
days
his
of
heart,
mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob.
The honor that he had for his father, the honor that Esau had for his father is what kept him from moving on Jacob while he was alive. While he was alive, he said, when my father go, I'm going to move on you. Right? Go ahead.
And these words of Esau, her eldest son, were told to Rebekah. And she
now,
said,
who told that? Who told her? Because guess what? He conspired this in his heart. But then the words was revealed to Rebekah about Esau. God revealed it to her. God revealed it to her. Tamshi.
And she said, they called Jacob her younger son and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, proposing to kill thee.
Purposing to kill thee. Read.
Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise. Flee thou to Laban, my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away. Until thy brother's anger
turn away for a few days. Give him some time. Until your brother's fury and his anger turns away.
Years.
And that was years and years that passed. And when Esau finally saw his brother, Jacob remembered what he did to his brother. So he separated his family going up, right? Why? Because Jacob had a guilty conscience, man.
Guilt was riding him.
The guilt rode him and he felt bad about what he did. He really didn't want to do it, but his mother commanded him. If his mother didn't command him, he would have never did that. He would have never deceived his father. He would have never did none of that. Go ahead. But when Esau finally saw Jacob, he ran towards him and hugged him. He wasn't even thinking about that. He wasn't even thinking about that. Go ahead, read.
Until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, go to
Numbers 25. Numbers chapter 25. Got it?
Numbers chapter 25. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom.
And the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. The word for began in the Hebrew is kalal, ket lamet lamet. It means to profane, to defile, to pollute, or to defile through sexual rituals. Okay? To defile through sexual rituals. And this is what the nation did when they began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Okay? Now, what was whoredom? The word for whoredom is what? Leaves naught. Come from the word zana. It means idolatry. It means to go a-whoring. It means immorality. It means idolatrous pursuits. And immorality is behavior that is wrong or goes against the standards of God of what is acceptable. The only way we're going to learn what is acceptable by God, we must read the book.
That's right.
We got to read the book, man.
Sure.
Because once we read the book will reveal to you and show you what God accepts. How our forefathers moved. Right? Idolatry is excessive devotion or immoderate attachment. Okay? Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Verse 2. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat and bowed down to their gods.
And they called the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat. Go ahead.
And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor.
And Israel joined themselves to Baal Peor. They attached themselves. They binded themselves. They joined themselves to be connected with, right? To become involved in a profane activity with other people, associated or related. So the word Baal Peor means Lord of the opening. And in worshiping this deity called Baal Peor, sexual, what you call that? Abominable, like sexual acts that was abominable in the eyes of God, which consisted of orgies, oral sex, anal sex. All these things were done to worship in honor or in worship of this deity called Baal Peor. Baal means Lord. Peor comes from the root word Pa'ad, means the opening, which means what? Now what? Right? It says Elohei. Right? Go ahead, read. Where was you at? Verse 3, right?
3.
Now, the word Elohei, bow down to their gods. The word Elohei, the hey and the noon, the hey and the mem. When the Hebrew word ends with a hey and the M, it makes it masculine. When the Hebrew word ends with a hey and a noon, it makes it feminine. In the Hebrew, it says, let Elohim hang, which is what? A female god. Baal Peor was a female god. It was a woman's god. That's why it says Lord of the opening. The opening was the opening of the woman's private part. Tamshi.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel.
The anger of God kindled against Israel. Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the sun. Right? These was the people that started it. Most of the time, we need to get to the people, you got to get rid of the heads. Because the old heads are already stuck in their ways. The youngins and the ones that's coming in, they will listen and hearken. But it's the old heads that got the people going and walking in the way that's not accepted by God. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, slay ye everyone as men.
Slay ye everyone as men that were what?
That were joined unto Baal.
That were joined unto Baal Peor. How did we join Baal Peor? I joined, or we can join the idols of these gods by marrying into a woman of that nature. That's how you join. That's why God said, don't intermarry with them. He said, don't intermarry with them. Don't be related to them. Don't have no connection with these people, because these people don't acknowledge your God. So what is the attraction? Why am I attracted to this woman or to this woman that's not attracted to your lifestyle? That's not attracted to your God?
And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses.
A Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses, read.
And in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
So the anger of God has been kindled because we are married into the daughters of Moab, and we serve their gods. So while the people is at their opening of their tabernacle, of their tents, crying out to God, we have one God come by through the congregation with a daughter of a Midianitish woman, and what he did in the sight of Moses and in the sight of the congregation of the children of Israel, who was weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. They was weeping at the tabernacle, at the entrance of the tabernacle. It was before God and crying out to God because of what was going on and their punishment and what was happening. Go ahead, read.
And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel.
So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel.
And those that died in the plague were 24,000.
24,000. Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, had turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children.
While he was zealous for my sake. While he was zealous with my jealousy. He had the jealousy of God, and he was jealous with the jealousy of God. So he felt, when your jealousy, listen, he felt the same way God felt.
Right.
So that's what caused him to move on this guy here for his violation, because he had the same feelings that God felt. He was one with God. See, that's a different level of righteousness.
Yeah.
Samuel was like that. When Saul did what he did, Samuel cried all night. He cried, and he felt offended. He felt so offended that God had to come to him and tell him, listen, ease up. Ease up. Go ahead, read.
While he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Israel in my jealousy.
He was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the nation.
Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even a covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his God, and made an atonement for the children of Israel.
They made an atonement for the children of Israel. So how do we make an atonement? Judgment is one. Judgment is one way to make an atonement. Judgment is one way to make an atonement. What is judgment? Judgment is the decision based upon your violation. That's what judgment is. I said judgment is the decisions that comes up based on based on your violation. So it don't have to be death. It could be you making atonement for your sins by me repaying back what I stole. All I gotta do is follow the judgment and the decision based upon my violation that I have violated God. That's why it's very important to not fix. What's the word? To what? Make amends. Make corrections. Make amends. Make corrections when you are at fault. Then and only then, that's the only way you can make atonement. To expiate iniquity is to remove or to wipe out. Right? Reparation for a wrong to make amends for. Tamshi.
Now the name of the Israelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianitish woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of the chief house among the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head over a people in a chief house in Midian. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, vex the Midianites and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles.
Vex the Midianites and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles. The word for vex is zorim. Zorim, it means to harm, right? To show hostility. It also means to be restricted. Because they vex you with their wiles. How do you vex? The word to be restricted, which is what? We restrict ourselves according to things that we do in life. Everything we do in life, if it's not godly, we restrict ourselves and limit us to being righteous and godly with God. Right? Your wiles, nakal, it means they deceived you with their deceptions. Okay? Tamshi, that's it.
Vex the Midianites and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles, wherewith they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
Go to 2 Samuel chapter 24. So we restrict ourselves and limit ourselves by the things we do in life. By the things we do in our lives, we limit our own selves. And we make it hard for ourselves by going against these standards that God set. Tamshi.
2 Samuel chapter 24. And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the
anger of God was kindled against the nation. God wasn't angry at King David. He was angry with the nation.
And he moved David.
And because he was angry with the nation, he moved David into action. He urged and moved David into doing what?
To say, go number Israel and Judah.
So he's angry with the nation, and God moved King David to go number the people. God can be angry with a house, with a family, right? And he'll move he'll move the head to do something and punish the house. Calamity start going down. Why? Because this is the same God we're dealing with. God operates the same way. You will learn and understand how God operates by reading the book. By reading this book. Go ahead.
But the king said to Joab, the captain of the host, which was with him, go now through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan even to Beersheba, and number ye the people, that I may know the number of the people. And Joab said unto the king, now the Lord thy God add unto the people how many soever they be, 100-fold, and that the eyes of my Lord the king may see it.
Right. So now we got to realize, man, that God doesn't move King David. Right? But King David was right with God. He didn't do nothing for God to move him. But his people was wrong. The people, it wasn't revealed what the people did. Which means that the head can get banged for what the people is doing. I said the head is responsible. This is why it ain't no easy task to be no head of no household. It ain't no easy task to have your own house with your wife and your children, because what the children and your wife is doing in your house, the head will get banged. The head will get hit. And now you got me looking at myself, but I'm doing, what am I doing? It ain't you. It's who you got around you. It's who you got in your house. It's the people that you have around you that have not made their mind up to serve God. Tom She.
But why doth my Lord the king delight in this day? Verse 4. Notwithstanding,
Joab turned to the king. He said, why do you delight in this? Because Joab knew, man, this is a wrong thing to do.
He knows, yeah.
I can't go and numbering the nation to find out the number. That's just, go ahead.
Notwithstanding, the king's word prevailed against Joab and against the captains of the host. And Joab and the captains of the host went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Israel. And they passed over Jordan and pitched in Aroer, and on the right side of the city that lies in the middle of the river of Gad, and toward Yazer. And they came to Gilead, and to the land of Tahat-Hoshi, and they came to Danjan, and to and about to Zidon, and came to the stronghold of Tyre, and to all the cities of the Hivites and of the Canaanites, and they went out to the south of Judah, even to Beersheba. So when they had gone through all the land, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. 9 months and 20 days. He's on the campaign doing the census, numbering the people. Go ahead. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king. And there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword. The men of Judah were 500,000 men. David's heart smote him. After that, he had numbered the people.
You know what that means when your heart smote you? Heart attack. God smote his heart. Go ahead.
After he had numbered the people, and David said unto the Lord, I have sinned greatly in that I have done.
You hear what this man said? After God done smote his heart. See, this is the key here. When God chastises us and rebukes us, we are supposed to learn from our chastisement and recognize our faults. All right? And this is what God is looking for. When we are at fault and we are wrong and God put us through it, recognize your faults after God done put you through it. Go ahead.
And now I beseech thee, O Lord, take away the iniquity of thy servant, for I have done very foolishly.
I beseech thee. He said, please remove this iniquity from thy servant. I don't want to go into the earth with this iniquity on my back. That's why every time King David messed up, he asked God to remove it. This is something that only God can see. I can't see your sins, and you can't see my sins, but God can see these iniquities. And these iniquities is what have God so distant from us because of our sins. Tom She.
But when David was up in the morning, the word of the Lord came unto the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say unto David, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee 3 things. Choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee.
3 things.
Choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee. So Gad came to David and told him, and said unto him, Shall 7 years of famine come unto thee in thy land?
7 years of famine, no food for 7 years, nothing growing. Read.
Or wilt thou flee 3 months before thine enemies?
Or wilt thou flee 3 months from your enemies while they pursue thee? So I'm going to put you on a run, and you run from your enemies for 3 months. Read.
Or that there be 3 days pestilence in thy land. Now advise and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. David said unto Gad.
Look what King David said to Gad.
I am in a great strait.
He said, I'm in a great strait.
Let us fall now into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are great, and let me not fall into the hand of man.
He said, let us fall now into the hands of God. He didn't answer none of them questions. He said, I don't want none of that. Allow me to fall into your hands. Whatever you decide to do to me, oh Lord, I accept it. Why? Because I have recognized my faults. I have recognized that I have violated. So because whenever we can recognize our faults with God, you will accept the punishment. You will accept everything that comes after. You're not going to complain about what God is putting you through, because you are realizing that you deserve it. Because I came up short with God. I'm not going to question God and ask God why. Why is this happening to me? You know why it's happening to me. Because you came up short on your behalf. Tom She.
And David said unto Gad, I am in a great strait. Let us fall now into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are great. And let me not fall into the hand of man. So the Lord sent a pestilence.
So the Lord sent a pestilence. You know what's the word for pestilence? An epidemic.
Contagion.
Something that spreads like wildfire.
Highly contagious.
Highly contagious. Like COVID. That was spreading like wildfire. It spread so much that when you went outside, it was dormant. Nobody was outside. It was like Night of the Living Dead. You could walk in the streets and don't have to worry about cars passing.
It touched the whole world.
It touched the world. That was an epidemic that God put on the whole world. Tom She.
So the Lord sent the pestilence upon Israel from the morning even to the time appointed. And there died of the people from Dan even to Beersheba 70,000 men.
70,000 men.
When the angel stretched out his hand upon Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord repented him of the evil.
It said when the angel.
When the angel
stretched out his hand upon Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord repented him of the evil. He was sorrowful. He regretted of the evil that he did. So he held the angel back. Go ahead, read. And said to the angel that what? Verse 16. 2 Samuel 24, verse 16.
When the angel stretched out his hand upon Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord repented him of the evil and said to the angel that destroyed the people, it is enough.
It is enough. You know what this reminds me of? When the plague started, nobody picked up that the plague started but Moses. Moses looked, he said, yo, man, Aaron, hurry up. The plague has begun. This was an epidemic, a pestilence that God put amongst the people. People was dropping like flies. And the only thing that was able to stop that epidemic was Aaron. Aaron was the only one that was able to stop that with a certain concoction of incense that he burnt that stops the plague. But the plague, that death angel gave respect to Aaron because of what he had on, because he represented God. So the angel saw that and he stopped. The plague was stopped. Tamshi.
And said to the angel that destroyed the people, it is enough. Stay now thine hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing place of Araunah, the Jebusite. And David spake unto the Lord when he saw the angel that smote the people and said, Lo, I have sinned, and I have done wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Let thine hand, I pray thee, be against me and against my father's house.
You see what he told God? Read that over. Read that over.
Lo, I have sinned.
He said, Lo, I have sinned.
And I have done wickedly.
And I have done wickedly.
But these sheep.
But what did my sheep do?
What have they done?
I don't want my sheep to feel or to get any backlash from what I did. Go ahead.
Let thine hand, I pray thee, be against me and against my father's house.
Allow your hands to be against me and against my father's house. It's my fault. I'm the one that did it. I messed up. Read.
And Gad came that day to David and said unto him, Go up, rear an altar unto the Lord.
So now Gad is going to give him some wise words. Gad told him what? He said, Go and rear an altar unto the Lord in the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite.
And David, according to the saying of Gad, went up as the Lord commanded. And Araunah looked and saw the king and his servants coming on toward him. And Araunah went out and bowed himself before the king on his face upon the ground. And Araunah said, Wherefore is my lord the king come to his servant? And David said, To buy the threshing floor of thee, to build an altar unto the Lord, that the plague may be stayed from the people. And Araunah said unto David, Let my lord the king take and offer up what seemeth good unto him. Behold, there be oxen for burnt sacrifice, and threshing instruments, and other instruments of the oxen for wood. All these things did Araunah as a king give unto the king.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalm 77. Psalms chapter 77. Got it?
Psalms chapter 77. I cried unto God with my voice, even unto God with my voice, and he gave ear unto me. In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord.
Read that over.
I cried unto God with my voice, even unto God with my voice, and he gave ear unto me.
He said, I cried unto God with my voice. Most of us want to play tough with God. And we don't want to cry out to God. But this is what God is looking for. When we are in heavy problems, in trouble, hospitalized, God is looking towards you to cry out. I can't cry out for you. It's not going to have the same effect if you cry out, because you're the one going through it. But we must cry out in sincerity of heart and mean what you say. Changes is what God is looking for. Tamshi.
In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. My soul ran in the night and ceased not. My soul refused to be comforted. My soul
said, what?
refused
In
to
the
be
day
comforted.
of my trouble, I sought the Lord. In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. The same word for sought is darash. So when you are in trouble, when you are in great trouble, the first thing we need to do is sort out God. Inquire and seek out God. It also means to resort. I went through that definition last night. Right? Resort means the action of turning to, the The action of turning to and adopting or accepting something foreign to one's nature. When you are adopting or accepting something foreign to your nature, I am accepting this law, but my spirit doesn't agree with it. I don't agree with it. This is a battle within ourselves. Okay? The action of turning to and adopting a course of action, especially a disagreeable or an undesirable one. Tom She.
My soul ran in the night and ceased not. My soul refused to be comforted.
My soul refused to be comforted. Read.
I remembered God and was troubled.
I remembered God and was troubled. How do you remember God and then I'm troubled? Because you know why we become troubled? Because you remember the things that you have done that was contrary and opposite from what God said. So when you remember God, you remember your faults and the things that I did to offend God. And this is what's going to bring changes. I know Paul used to do that. Anytime he started to be mindful of God, he started recollecting on the mind of God. Then he started going in on himself. And the things that he's done to offend God. Man, I did this. And then he starts crying about things that he did 20 years ago. About things that he did 30 years ago. When he was not in his correct senses. See, we got to realize something. When we are at fault with God, what you did, all right, I don't do it no more. He didn't, right? I don't move this way no more. But it still will have an effect on you because you did it, regardless of what. Regardless of what. Yeah, I don't move this way no more, but I did it. And I still feel remorse for what I've done that was contrary from what God said. That is the way of the righteous. We have to continue to have sorrow and regrets for the things that we did that was against God, because that's when you're walking before God in a guilty conscience, a guilty mind frame. He said, the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. My soul ran in the night and ceased not. My soul refused to be comforted. I remembered God and was troubled. I complained and my spirit was overwhelmed. What do you mean by overwhelmed? When your spirit is overwhelmed. Hateth. It means overcome or languish. Right? So when your spirit is overwhelmed, it means their emotional or mental state is burdened. Your emotional or mental state is burdened or feeling inadequate due to a feeling of being overloaded with something. You know who went through that? Moses. Moses cried out to God and said, Lord God, you put into the burden of these people upon me is too much. And if you're going to deal with me this way, kill me. He asked God to kill him because the burden that he had put upon him, it was too much. So then God commanded him and told him, he said, all right, go and choose you out some elders, whom thou knowest to be elders, which means not every old person is an elder. Not because you're old and gray-headed means you're an elder. An elder has certain characteristics that he has to live up to. Certain ways that he has to live up to. There's certain things that an elder have to live up to, man. He said, thou holdest mine eyes, waking. I am so troubled that I cannot speak. I have considered the days of old, the years of ancient times. And this is what we don't do. We don't reflect and go back to the to old times. Because back then was when the times was better. 10 and 15, 20 years ago was better than now. How I say that? Because when you go to a camp, guess what? Everybody is in garments. They didn't come to the camp with sweaters, t-shirts, and fitted caps, looking like heathens. We looked the part. Suit and tie.
Lapel with a turban.
Lapels with turbans on. We didn't look that way. We had on garments and robes. Mm-hmm. Every nation has their own attire. Christians got an attire. Muslims got an attire. Right. Every nation got an attire, and we have our own attire. Why do you think in the time of Jehu, he said, bring forth vestments of who? Vestments of Baal, or Baal. Bring forth vestments and garments that is accepted from this deity. The way the worshipers of Baal dress, bring those type of garments. You can also tell who a person served by how he dressed. I said you can tell who a person served and worshiped by how the person dresses. He said, I call to remembrance my song in the night. I commune with my own heart. And my spirit made diligent search. Wait a minute. In the Hebrew, it means, he said, I made diligent search of my own spirit. I searched myself. When you communing with yourself, you are making diligent search within yourself, within your spirit. Looking for faults. Looking for violation. Looking for faults so that I can correct myself before God and improve. Isn't that what God told Cain? He said, why is your countenance falling? If you do as well, if you do good, you'll be exalted. But if you don't do good, then sin gonna lie at the door. And iniquity shall be your ruin. It's gonna come to you more. All we gotta do is improve with God. Mm-hmm. We must improve with God. The only way to improve with God is through reading this book. By God opening your eyes to certain things in this book so that you can make some type of improvements in your life. Like I always say, we read the book with a purpose. We read this book with a purpose. We pray with a purpose. A purpose of what? To change yourself. A purpose of changing who I am to be the way God wants me to be. That is the purpose in life. I need to change who I am to be so that I can be who God wants me to be as a man. I need to change who I am so that I can be to who God wants me to be as a woman. So we're not going to learn without reading this book. Read about these godly women. Mm-hmm. These women that was able, that didn't need their husbands to inquire of God. Mm-hmm. But how do you think Rebecca got to that level? By following after Isaac. Isaac was the one that showed up what was righteous. Who was righteous? How to follow God in this righteous and godly path. He taught her. He taught her. The woman was so righteous that the angels of God will skip the husband and go to the mother. But the mothers didn't grow above their preachers and push their chest out. They still remained humble. That's why the angels was able to appear to Manoah's wife. I said, that's why the angels was able to appear to Manoah's wife because she kept humility. She didn't get above her breeches like she was better than him. So the angels was able to appear. See, we so far away, man. The contact that our forefathers had, we don't got that contact no more. There's no contact there. Tamshi.
Will the Lord cast off forever?
He said, will the Lord cast off forever?
And will
Is God going to continue to forsake us? Is God going to continue to push us so far away? Go ahead.
And will he be favorable no more? Is his mercy clean, gone
Is his mercy
forever?
Clean, gone forever?
Doth his promise fail forevermore?
Does his promise fail?
Hath God forgotten to be gracious?
Hath
he in anger shut up his tender mercies?
And
I said, this is my infirmity, but I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High.
He said, and I said, this is my infirmity. He said, but I will. I'm not going to think about that. He said, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember the years of the right hand of the Most High and how in his works and the things that he did and how he delivered me and how he did this and how he delivered me here and did this and did the other.
I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. I will meditate also of all thy work and talk of
I will
thy
meditate
doings.
also of all thy works and talk of thy doings. That's going to be my conversation. Go ahead.
Thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary.
Thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary. The ways of God is in the sanctuary. The Hebrew word for sanctuary is kodesh. You know what kodesh is? Holiness, sacredness. The ways of God is holiness. The ways of God is being sacred. How can you be sacred and holy without setting yourself apart? Without making a difference and putting a difference? The first way of being holy before God is making and showing a difference between you and them. That's the beginning of setting yourself apart. That's the beginning of being holy before God. That's why it's important to dress the part. Because it has an effect on your spirit. A robe will have more an effect on your spirit than a suit and tie.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I said a robe will have more effect on your spirit than a suit and tie. Because like I said last night, the beged covers your bagad. What do I mean by that? Your beged is your garment. Bagad is your treachery. The garment covers the treachery that you have in you. We all got treachery. It corrals it. It holds it in. We are treacherous before God, man. Yeah, we treacherous before God by nature. Since the very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that's when the war started. The battle started within yourself. You got a battle against yourself. Good against the evil. And there's no comparison. There's always going to be a clash. There's always going to be a clash between good and evil. There's always going to be a clash. There's always going to be friction. Tom Sheik, what verse you at?
Psalms chapter 77, verse 13. Go thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary. Who is so great a God as our God?
As our God.
Thou art the God that doest wonders.
Thou art the God that doest wonders. Yeah, that's the God we serve. You think it can't happen, but my God make it happen. All I got to do is return to my God in sincerity of heart. He will turn this whole thing inside out. He'll flip it real quick. Where you thought there was no way out. That's the things that God does. He does wondrous acts. He delivered a nation out of Egypt where they ain't saw no deliverance. They ain't seen no hope. These people thought they was going to be serving the Egyptians for the rest of their lives. Tom, see?
And thou hast declared thy strength among the people.
That's right.
Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people.
Thou hast with thine arm has redeemed thy people, the sons of Jacob and Joseph.
The waters saw thee, O God. The waters saw thee.
He said the waters saw thee.
They were afraid.
He said the waters saw thee, God. We think the waters is dumb. We think the waters is dumb. He said the waters saw thee, oh God. And what?
The waters saw thee, they were afraid.
The waters saw thee and they was afraid.
Tsunami.
They was afraid. It causes an adverse reaction within the flow of waters.
Tsunami.
The waters done backed up. Then the waters done backed up into inland, and they call it a tsunami. But a tsunami is when the waters envision the appearance of God, and they start reverting back.
That's right.
Going inland.
Running away from what they're afraid.
Running away from what they're seeing. Every reaction with the elements is devastating. It's devastating, man. They said the thunder that we hear is the voice of God. The thunder is the voice of God. Time sheet.
The clouds, the depths also were troubled. The clouds poured out water.
The depths was troubled. The abyss.
The clouds poured out water. The sky sent out a sound. Thine arrows also went abroad. The voice of thy thunder was in the heavens. The lightnings lightened the world. The earth trembled and shook. Thy way is in the sea.
Your way is in the sea. And your path in the great waters. And thy footsteps are not known. We don't know the ways of God. The footsteps and how God moved, we would never figure it out. Ezra tried to figure it out. Yeah, he tried to figure out the ways of God. But the angel told me, he said, listen, man, it's too high for you. The ways of God and how he moved and how he walked, his footsteps is too high for you. But Ezra has elevated from amongst mortal man. Ezra was not man no more. His thoughts and his level of thinking and how he thought, it was too high. That's why the angel said, man, you have exceeded and you have excelled far above. The man done, what's the word? Not chastened. Restricted himself. Chastity and restricted himself from his own wife. Left his wife. Not left her because he hated her and despised her. And left his children because he hated them. But he could not have reached the level of holiness and righteousness being around us. Mortal man. Worldly things. So he had to separate himself from the worldly things. Getting married, having children, that's the worldly thing. Oh, that is right. Nothing wrong with doing it. I'm not talking against getting married and having children. That's a good thing. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But he did it. But in order to reach a certain height and level in righteousness, he had to break off. To transcend. Ezra was something else, man. Go ahead, read.
Thou leddest thy people like a flock by the hand of Moses and Aaron.
Go to 51. He said, thou leddest thy people like a flock by the hand of Moses. God done used Moses and Aaron to lead the people, but who was really leading? God was. That's why during the day, you would have a pillar of clouds. During that night, you would have a pillar of fire. And this was just the God showing the people the direction that they should take during that time. Okay? Let's go to Psalms chapter 51.
Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness.
Have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness. He calling God out. You're asking God to have mercy and pity, to be gracious and to be compassionate according to the amount of loving kindness that you got in you. All right? Show me some mercy, please. Mercy is compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. So we ask for mercy, but we know that the punishment that comes from God has to be accepted in it warrant. I have warrant that upon myself. Yeah, I call this to myself by the things that I'm doing that is contrary from what we read. Okay? That's a good point, Prince Zakaria. God teaches us through the teachers that was appointed. That's true. That's true. God teaches us through the teachers that was appointed through the head.
That's how you learn.
So when these laws and the ways of God is being shown, God is going to bring it to the heads and the teachers that is expounding on the laws of God to bring it to the people. That's why there's a law in there that speaks about teachers. Huh? I said there's a law in here that speaks about when you curse and you revile the judges. In Exodus 22, in one of the confession, it says, for the iniquities which you have committed before thee, by what? By despising parents and teachers. The teachers is in the same stead as your father and mother. So because you are looked at as a teacher and you are in the same stead as a father and mother, then the teachers gotta move a certain way. Right. You are in a certain stead, teacher. You shouldn't be moving and doing this and moving like them. You have to carry a certain way, carry yourself a certain way before God. A certain manner. In Exodus chapter 22, it states, was it 22 or 21? Should have had it. You should, and thou shalt, there you go. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. The Hebrew word for that. Lo tiqualel, where nasi. You should not curse a nasi, a prince. A nasi is a prince, a chief. Those are people who are officers. You should lo tiqualel. No, Elohim, lo tiqualel. Right? Elohim, when it says ha Elohim, it's talking about God. When it says Elohim in this passage, it's talking about judges, officers. Elohim lo tiqualel, when I see be'amka, amongst our people, with lo ta'or, you should not wrong. Go ahead, Tamshi.
A psalm of David, when Nathan the prophet wrote, wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. It's not, listen, people, we think it's a light thing to be a teacher. No, it ain't. It ain't no light thing. Because when the teacher mess up, God deals with that teacher different than the rest of the people. Me and you, a teacher can do something, the same thing that this person does, and the teacher's punishment is going to be greater, much more harsh than his. Okay? Now, what is compassion? Compassionate means what? To emphasize with someone who is suffering. To emphasize with someone who is suffering. What does it mean to emphasize? To make something more clearly defined, to give special importance to. Huh? So if I'm emphasizing to you, I'm dealing with you. I'm coming to you to talk to you, to find out what happened, what took place, to change, right? And to feel compelled to reduce their suffering. How do I reduce your suffering? I try to ease your suffering. I try to ease your suffering. So if I'm trying to ease your suffering, I'm not going to add on to what you're. I'm not going to add on. This is why we got to be really circumspect on how we deal with people, because a lot of people is suffering, and we don't emphasize what the person's suffering. Sometimes, you know, when the person is suffering, when a person come talk to you, and the next thing he breaks down and start crying. I gotta deal with people in a certain way.
People are going to come to you.
They're going to come. Gracious is undeserved or unmerited favor. We don't deserve the graciousness of God. We don't deserve to be favored by God. We don't deserve it. But even though God did show us gracious, God has shown us unmerited favor, undeserved favor. We don't deserve it. I know I don't. I have done the works that brings death. I have done things that God should have killed me for. But I'm still walking around here. Now, you can do things that merit death, and still live. Still live. You're still living, walking around here, but you've done the works that brings death. But how do you know when you're not in that path? Push for God. You got to be truthful with you. Are you pushing for God according to these laws, commandments, and statutes, and making repairs? Make repairs with yourself. How to making repairs with yourself as far as I'm going to constantly cry out before God. I'm never off the hook. I'm constantly on the thread. And that's the mentality that I have to put myself in, because I have done the works that brings death. I have done things that God should have killed me long time ago. Loving kindness is what? Tenderness and consideration towards others. Tom sheet.
Psalms 51, verse 3.
Verse 3. What? Go to verse 2.
Verse 2. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities. What do you mean by washing me? It ain't talking about water and soap. Clean me. Remove these iniquities from my soul. The sins that I have committed is affecting my spirit. The sins that I have committed before God is what's causing a breach and an opening in my spirit. King David is asking God to remove these things from me.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions. And my
but the only way God can wash you from your iniquities, you have to acknowledge your faults. And when you acknowledge your faults, you make amends for the things that you have done that was contrary before God. So when we don't make amends for the things that we have done that was contrary before God, then the sin lies still. The sin that we have committed continues to affect your spirit. Because I ain't make no repairs. I didn't make no amends. Tom Sheet.
For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me.
For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is always before my face. I'm never going to forget what I did. When I always recollect and remember the things that I've done, it keeps me in a humble state. It keeps me making constant corrections with myself. We all got to remember who we was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when I used to roll over in my bed and I said, I'm tired. I don't feel like congregating today. I'm staying home. Gotta remember that. You know why? Because my father remembered the things that he's done 30 years ago when he was a child, but he has repented from what he did 30 years ago, but he still talked about it, and he still cried, and he still looked at himself and said, man, I hope God accept me. I hope I'm doing enough to be accepted by God. We need to ask ourselves that. Are you doing enough to get accepted by God? Are we doing enough so that God can accept us? Am I doing enough so that God can accept me? We all got to have that mind frame, man, when we begin to turn towards God. You need that mind frame. We ain't nothing, man. We're not nothing before God, man. Stop elevating and picking yourself up. Because in elevating and picking yourself up, there's pride. Let God elevate you. You don't elevate yourself. God elevates you by you, by you doing good and improving in your life. God will elevate you. You ain't even going to know when you're elevated. The angel had to tell him. He said, listen, man, you have exalted, man. You have exalted. God told Cain, he said, listen, if you take heed, if you improve, if you do better, I will exalt you. I will exalt you. Let God do the exaltation. We can't exalt ourselves because in us or in you exalting yourself, there goes pride. That's when pride sets in. And pride is the beginning of sin. Pride is the beginning of iniquity. Humility is the beginning of righteousness. So the beginning of righteousness is being humble and meek. And because Moses was humble and meek, is what allowed God to appear to him through that burning bush. The first encounter before God and Moses. Damn, bush was on fire. Could you imagine a piece of paper on fire, but the paper is not being consumed? Which means God done commanded the fire not to consume, not to burn it. He said, don't burn it. Remind me of the times with dating in the Bible. Not dating in the Bible. Aaron, 2 sons. Nadab and Abihu. When they sent up strange fire before God, a concoction that was sent up before God, and it wasn't brought to the entrance of the tabernacle, God commanded fire from heaven to consume their bodies, but their clothes wasn't burnt. The fire was given direct orders, direct command to consume them and burn them up. Tom Sheik.
Against thee only have I sinned.
Against thee only have I sinned. Okay? Go ahead.
And done this evil in thy sight.
And done this evil in thy sight.
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest.
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest. So when God speaks, he's justified. Why? Because you are always at fault. I don't have nothing to say. Why do we got so much to say when we are wrong? We're wrong. You know you're wrong.
Yeah.
You know you shouldn't have done this.
Right.
You know you shouldn't have said it. You know you shouldn't have moved this way.
Mhm.
But we justify and we talking over the reason why, the reason why, the reason why, the reason why, the reason why. There's no reason. Just acknowledge your faults and change and don't be the way you was. Stop being the way you was. Go ahead.
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Verse 5.
That thou mightest be what? Justified when thou speakest, and be clear when you judge. Go ahead, read.
Behold, I was shapen in iniquity.
Wait a minute. He said, behold, I was shapen in iniquity. The word for shapen is kolality. You know what kolality means? I was born in iniquity. We was all born in iniquity. We were born in sin. Everybody living today was born in sin. But there was one child that God saw good in. I said there was one child that God saw good in, and he killed him so that he don't get what? Tainted by his own father. So he don't get profaned and tainted by his own father. This is a good that God saw in a child. And the good that God saw is not the definition of how we portray good is. You know what's the good that God looked for? Your determination to serve God. Do you have the determination to serve God?
That makes a good man.
That's what makes you good. So when you have the determination to serve God, then you will begin to correct all sides. Cover all sides. Now, all sides ain't got to be covered. I still have the determination. I ain't cover all sides, but I'm determined to serve God. I ain't determined to go astray and go nowhere else and do nothing else.
It keeps you on the path.
Right? You got to cover all sides. Okay, go ahead.
I was shapen in iniquity.
I was shapen in iniquity. I was born in sin.
And in sin did my mother conceive.
And in sin did my mother conceive me.
Behold, thou desirest truth.
Behold, thou desirest truth.
In the inward parts.
Where? Who are we talking about? He talking to God.
Yo, you decide this with God.
He said, God, he said, behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts. What is your inward parts?
So,
Tukah, your inward parts is the reins of man. The reins of man. God desires that we change our nature. God desires that we change our human nature, which includes your characteristics, feelings, how you think, and your behavior. I say your feelings that stirs up within you, how you think, because how you think, it comes through in your actions, in your speech, and how you act. So when a person says you ain't got to move like that, you ain't got to act like that, take heed. You know what, man? You right, man. I don't got to move and act like that. Yeah, you know, right? You know what? You right, man. I shouldn't be feeling like this. Yo, you know, right, man? I shouldn't think like this. And when people say these things to you, take heed. I'm not talking. Sometimes I need these things said to me. Because we correct each other. I need you to correct me. And I need to correct you. Everything I do and say in my thinking pattern is off. I am off. Yeah, I'm off. What keeps me on the path is me reading this book, learning the way my forefathers think, and then sometimes I still detour. Sometimes all the reading in the world, I still continue to detour, but I need you to remind me and tell me, hey, get back on track. That's part of the fight. I'm not 100% right with God. Ain't nobody 100% right with God. So we're on the track though. I'm not going to say we ain't on the track. We on track. But sometimes we slip off. The best of them. It happened to the best of them. You know what that means? It only shows that King David was mortal man. He was mortal man. He looked at a beautiful woman and he was mortal. He said, man, that woman bad. Man, she a baddie. I want that. I need to get that. And you run into them. These baddies out here. Coca-Cola shapes.
Happy home winners.
Shoot. And you're mortal man. And then when you violate, you gotta recognize and say, man, you know what? I messed up, man. I shouldn't have moved like that. I shouldn't have did like that. I shouldn't have thought that way. It's all about correcting yourself, man. Recognizing your faults and correcting yourself.
You have to be on yourself 24/7.
You must be on yourself. And when you're on yourself, be truthful.
Be on yourself 24/7.
Be truthful.
Don't make excuses.
When you are on yourself, you must be truthful with yourself. So that you don't lie to yourself. Because we'll lie to ourselves. Oh, yeah. We'll lie to ourselves and tell yourself you ain't right. You ain't wrong. No, I ain't wrong. What you say? Delusional. Delusional.
That is real bad.
I ain't, man, listen. Listen here. We cannot lie to ourselves. We must be truthful to ourselves to reach that level of righteousness. Your reigns is what limits and controls you. God is the one that put truth and wisdom into you. God is the one that induces these things and put the truth and wisdom into you. Right? Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
Okay.
And in the hidden parts.
The inward parts of man, which is your reins, that is what controls you and limits you from your positive or negative actions. That is either against God or for God. You hear that? I say your inward parts and the reins is what controls you and limits you from your positive or negative action. So your reins will lead you and control you towards violation of the laws of God, and it can lead you towards the accomplished or to taking heed or fulfilling the laws of God. All depending on the person. Tom Sheet.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom.
What verse is that?
That was 6.
Go ahead.
Verse 7.
Verse 7.
Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean.
Purge me with hyssop. Psalms 51, verse 7. Purge me with hyssop. Tekat aini. Right? It means to purify. Purify me. Disinfect. To purify means to remove contaminants. And we ain't talking about dirt. The contaminants, we ain't talking about bacteria. The contaminants or what contaminates us is sin. Iniquity has become our nature. Since the very same day that Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So now sin has become our nature. So now we have both sides. We have good in us. We have evil in us. We have good and evil in us. So because we have both sides in us, sometimes your thoughts won't be right. Sometimes your actions won't be right. Sometimes your feelings and what stirs up within you won't be right. But you have to recognize that. We need to recognize these things to become better before God. To purge means to rid someone of an unwanted quality, condition, or feelings. To purge, he said, I will remove certain qualities and conditions and feelings that will cause you to detour, to go off from God. I will remove certain characteristics from you that will cause you to detour from God. I will remove certain behavior patterns that will cause you to detour from God. God does that. Depending on your lifestyle, depending on how serious you are with God. Now God will start removing certain things that was causing you and leading you down that dark hole. Go ahead.
Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness.
Make me to hear joy and gladness. I don't want to hear evil. You heard what went down on the R train? Nobody heard? No. There was a dead man. Sister heard it. There was a dead man on the R train. The dude came on the R train, robbed the dead man, and then cohabitated with the dead man. They had his picture up there, and they're looking for him. Sick. Every time the train stopped, he will stop and look. When the train closed, he go back and come. You see the mind frame of these people? You see the mentality of these people, man? This is why you need God in these times, man. The only way to deliver yourself, you need God. I said you need God. Tom Sheep.
Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins.
Hide thy face from my sins. Please don't have what I've done. You know what you mean by hiding your face from the sins? Don't remember what I did. You see how your parents, you go to your parents and say, man, son, I ain't forget you. Oh, man. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that. I remember when my grandmother was sick and my father went to go visit. I'm with him. My grandmother went to him. She said, you? He said, come over here. He said, you? He said, I remember you. He said, Mama, that was a long time ago, Mama. He said, come on, Mama, that was from in Panama. He was kind of when he was a child. But the parents don't forget the things that we do. They don't forget that, but it's our job to correct it. It's your job to pacify and calm what's causing her to alleviate. It's our job to alleviate these feelings that your mother and your father is feeling inside for you. I don't want my parents to feel that way about me. I don't want my father to feel that way about me. So that's why we bend to their will. Not your parents, bend it to the child's will.
Right. That's how it goes.
Okay? Looking at the parents for fault. You did this to me. You did this to me. You deserve it. You deserve it. Stop complaining against your father.
Stop whining.
Stop whining and complaining against your father. Stop whining and complaining against your mother.
You deserve it, Negro.
You deserve it. And God didn't allow nothing to happen that wasn't deserved. He know the type of child you was. That's why he moved his father or your mother to deal with you in such a way.
That's correct.
That's what we need to look at. And stop blaming your parents.
Diss track about your father.
Stop, yeah. Come on, man.
You want dead.
Tom Sheep.
Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God.
Wait a minute. Hide thy face from my sins and blot out all thine iniquity. You know what it means to blot out? To blot out means to cause your sins to disappear. Huh? Remember what Nathan the prophet told, you remember what Nathan the prophet told King David after he done cohabitated with Uriah the Hittite's wife? He said, your iniquity is what? Is erased. Your violation that you have committed against Uriah the Hittite by cohabitating with his wife, God wiped it away. Like it never happened. Why did God have such favoritism towards King David? Because he was righteous. Exodus 20 says what? He said, let me run through Exodus 20 quick fast. Let me run through Exodus 20 quick fast. See, we learn how God deals and how he moves by reading the book. And the same God then is the same God now, but your path had to be compared to King David for God to do things like that. You would do something, and God was like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. He'll punish you, but he's not going to allow that sin to affect your soul, to affect your spirit. In Exodus 20, in the beginning of the verse, right? It says, thou shalt not bow down. Okay. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting. I will remember the sins of the fathers upon the sons, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. There it goes. And showing mercy, and showing favor, showing compassion unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. This is why God showed favor to King David. Another part of the book said King David had the same eye as God. King David had the same mentality as God. He had the same heart as God. He said, if I chose to come down as a man, this would be the guy. Perfect guy right here. Because he had a heart like unto God. But that also shows that King David was mortal man. Mortal man.
You can't get close to God.
And we could still get close to God in our iniquities, in our sins. We just have to correct ourselves, man. Why are we holding ourselves back by not amending and making correction with ourselves before God? Why? Why, man? You can't stay too far from this. Because the moment you stay too far from this, your spirit becomes to stray away. I seen it. I seen it. When you're more on point with God and reading this book every day, you're more inclined and your spirit is more. You're more focused on yourself, on your spirit, and it's more inclined and it leans towards God. But I notice when I'm working all day, getting off, starting work at 7 to 6 o'clock in the morning, and I don't get off till 9 at night, 8:30 at night, 10 o'clock at night. I don't have time to sit and read and study, and that aggravates me. Because this is one of the things that I delight in. I delight that I can sit at a table and read, study, look up words, because there is something that I'm looking for. I am looking for something that I can, or a way that I can deliver myself from myself. I need deliverance. We all need deliverance. You can only deliver yourself from that pit, because there is a thing called the pit. And if you don't walk upright before God, that's where you're going. And it bugs me when I don't have the time to study and read. And I noticed that when I did that for that whole week, your spirit begins to drift. Yeah. You think it's a game? I say your spirit begins to drift away. I think it's a game, man. Stop praying. Stop praying and reading and doing all the things. Your spirit will begin to drift. That's what corrals your spirit. Praying constantly, glorifying God's name, sending up those praises, putting your head in this book and reading these powerful words, applying it and taking heed to yourself, putting on the robes and the garment. All these things that God told us to do is what corrals that evil that you have in you. It corrals it, man, until it's there no more. Time sheet.
Psalms chapter 51, verse 10. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, create in me a what?
A clean heart.
A clean heart. The only one that can do such a thing is God.
Yeah.
He said, create in me a clean heart to form. That's what it means. Only God can do that.
Yeah.
And we can't do that ourselves. Because God is removing sin and replacing it with good, with godliness, with righteousness. Okay, go ahead, Tom C.
And renew a right spirit within me.
Renew a right spirit within me, Tom C.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy
Don't
Holy
abandon
Spirit
me.
from me.
Don't abandon me. Don't cast me away and throw me away like I don't mean nothing. Those are things that we need to ask God, because we are definitely cast off. We are definitely cast off. God has pushed us away because no one is acknowledging the offense. Nobody is acknowledging the wrong. Nobody acknowledging their faults. So God pushed us away. I don't want nothing to do with you until you acknowledge what you did. Don't that sound like a parent talking to his child? I remember my father telling us that. Man, you don't want to acknowledge? Get away from me. A couple minutes go by, this cow, but I recognize I was wrong. I'm sorry. Then next thing he come up and say, yeah, son, that's right. He give you a hug. That's all the head, a father, or a head, or the one in authority needs you to recognize where you was wrong. Recognize your faults. Recognize and understand that what you did was not right. And I acted and moved in an emotional state. Tom C.
Verse 11. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation.
Cast me not away from thy what? From thy
presence.
From thy presence.
And take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
Don't take that Holy Spirit from me. You know what the Holy Spirit is? The Holy Spirit that is talking about, that's the good that you got in you. That's the good that you have in you to serve God. Don't get it misconstrued and all confused. Oh, the Holy Spirit, like it's some Christian. No, it ain't talking about the Holy jump. No, it ain't talking about none of that. It's talking about the good that you have in you, the determination to serve God. That is that Holy Spirit that God is talking about.
Not the Holy Ghost.
Not the Holy Ghost. That's the word I was talking about. It ain't talking about no Holy Ghost. And then when the person casts the Holy Ghost, they start speaking in tongues. I noticed that everybody that ends up speaking in those tongues can't find their way back. They end up stuck.
That's a devil
because they got them.
I was about to say that, brother. Language. That's a devil's language, man.
I said that.
That's a
Satan's
possession.
language.
That holy tongue,
That's a possession.
that Holy Ghost, and they start speaking in
Why you
tongues.
gotta sound like that?
That's different.
That is speaking backwards.
It's speaking backwards. That's right. That's right.
That's what they did in Babylon.
Look, the what's that Bible that Abba speak about? The text?
Codex.
The Codex Bible. You know what the Codex Bible is? Everything said backwards.
That's what
When
they
you
did in
say it
Babylon.
backwards, it has an evil and wicked effect.
That's what the priests did in Babylon.
It has an evil and wicked effect. Start going into rituals and start summoning spirits, evil spirits.
That's the time. That's how it got started.
Tom sheet.
Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation.
Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation.
And uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee.
Huh?
Deliver.
Then, what? Read that again.
Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee.
What verse you at?
I'm at 14 now.
Go back to 11.
Cast me not away from
okay.
thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
Because there is a thing, you can acquire the Holy Spirit. You can acquire that. Huh? But what I'm talking about is that thing called the Holy Ghost. Christians want the Holy Ghost and they start speaking in tongues. They out their mind.
Just listen to the title, Holy
It's going
Ghost.
crazy. Don't worry about none of that. They start speaking in tongues. We ain't going through all that. He said, restore unto me the joy of thy salvation. Huh?
And uphold me with thy free spirit.
Uphold me with thy free spirit. Huh? What is the word for free spirit? I never looked that up. Never looked that up. I want to look that up quick fast before I go into it. It said, withhold from me a free spirit. Right? And
uphold me with thy free spirit.
Okay. And that's verse what? Verse 11?
12.
I think it's 11.
12. It's verse 12. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit.
Okay. Restore unto me. What's that? 51, right? Yeah.
Psalms 51,
verse 11.
Verse 12.
Oh, I keep saying verse 11. Okay, verse 12. With your free spirit. Nadiba. Whew. When I looked up the word, it says Nadiba, Ruach. Nadiba, Ruach. Nadiba is a willing spirit. You know what a willing spirit is? When you're willing, you don't have to be forced. A willing heart don't have to be forced to serve God. A willing heart don't have to be yelled at and screamed at. When you find out the laws and the commandments of God, you're doing it. You know, he said, give me a willing heart to serve thee, O Lord. That's deep, man. That's deep. Tom sheet.
Then will I teach transgressors thy ways.
Then will I teach transgressors thy ways. Because you have a willing heart to serve God, and because of that, a person with a willing heart is going to show people their faults. I said a person with a willing heart is going to show people their faults. You're not going to keep that and hold that in. I'm not going to hold that and keep that in and not say nothing. It's going to bug you. It's going to agitate you to inform the people about God and the things that we are doing that's contrary from God.
You ain't gonna say leave him.
No, you ain't going to say leave him. Leave him to himself. I'm not going to say nothing. Leave him to himself. No. It's my job to inform you. Go ahead, read.
And sinners shall be converted unto thee.
And sinners shall be converted unto thee. The word for converted is shuv. Sinners shall return. Sinners shall make a return unto God. Tamshi.
Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness.
Tamshi.
O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall
O
show
Lord,
forth thy
open
praise.
thou my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise.
For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it.
He said, you didn't desire sacrifice, or else I would have gave it.
Thou delightest not in burnt offerings.
You didn't delight in burnt offerings.
So like Samuel.
The sacrifices of God are
The
a broken
sacrifices
spirit.
of God is a what?
A broken spirit.
Wait a minute. The sacrifices of God
Sound like Samuel.
are a broken spirit.
You sound like Samuel.
What is a broken spirit? The Hebrew word for broken spirit is what is that? Let me go back to the Hebrew word for that. That's what, verse what? 17.
I'm in verse 17. Yes.
17. Contrite heart, right? Daka. Daka ruach is being contrite. Now, what is a contrite? What is being contrite? Contrite, a contrite heart, a contrite mind recognizes your iniquities by repenting. I said a contrite heart or a contrite mind recognizes their iniquity by repenting, right? You will only fail to repent. You will only recognize your faults. You will only recognize your iniquities if you fear remorse or penitence, affected by guilt of your wrongdoing. But you need a conscience to do that. You need a conscience to do that. And as I read this morning, your conscience condemns you when your internal moral sense judges your actions. I say your conscience condemns you when your internal moral sense judges your actions, judges your thoughts, judges your feelings as wrong, leading to feelings of guilt, shame, or remorse.
Okay. I tell myself.
Which means you're going to feel one out of the three,
Okay.
or all three. Feelings of guilt. You're gonna feel guilty about what you did or said.
Okay.
You're gonna feel ashamed about what you did or said, and you're gonna feel remorseful about what you did or said or how you thought. Internal moral sense is what guides you. Your conscience is what guides you in determining what is right from wrong. You hear that?
Okay.
We all got conscience. And your conscience is what guides you in life so that you'll be able to determine what's right, what's wrong, what's evil, what's righteousness. That's the good that we all have in us. We all got that.
That's right.
When your actions or thoughts deviates from your internal moral standards, your conscience will react. Your conscience is supposed to kick in. When you start to go against the standards of God, your conscience kicking and correct you. Say, hey, don't do that. Hey, don't move that way. Hold up, don't walk that way. Leading to feeling of guilt, shame, and remorse. Feelings of condemnation. Your conscience is important for personal growth with God.
Right.
You need a conscience in order to grow with God and moral development. It causes you. Your conscience causes you to reflect on yourself.
That's right.
I said your conscience causes you to reflect on self.
That's right.
Causes you to reflect on your actions.
That's
Man,
Diagnosis of yourself.
what I did, man, I don't know. Man, I may be wrong.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I should have moved that way and did that.
Uh-oh.
I may be wrong.
Self-diagnosis.
Because when you are able to reflect on yourself, you learn from your mistakes and strive to be better before God.
That's called self-diagnosis.
Self-diagnosis, the brother said. Self-diagnosis, the brother said. Right? So now, if you feel remorse or penitent, affected by guilt or your wrongdoing. So what is remorse?
That's right.
What do you mean by remorse? What does remorse mean? Remorse means strong feelings of sadness and regret about something wrong that you have done before God and man. Time sheet. What verse you at? That's 17. Contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. A contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise.
Uh-oh.
Once you return to God and you got that broken spirit, you got that contrite heart to improve before God and make amends, God will not despise you. Go ahead.
Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion.
Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion.
Build down the walls of Jerusalem.
Build down the walls of Jerusalem.
Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness.
Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness. But there are certain things that we have to accomplish before God become pleased with us. There are certain things that we need to do before God becomes pleased with us. And if we are not accomplishing and fulfilling these things that God is looking towards us to fulfill and accomplish, then God is not going to be pleased with us.
All right, gotcha.
He's going to be angry with us.
All right.
There are ways that God accepts.
Okay.
There are actions and ways and thoughts and feelings that God accepts.
Okay.
And there are ways and actions and feelings and thoughts that God don't accept.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's why when people think or move in a certain way, you tell them, the first thing you tell them is, man, you shouldn't act that way.
That's right.
You shouldn't think like that.
That's right.
You shouldn't move like that.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Go ahead.
Build thou the walls of Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then shall they offer bullocks upon thine altar.
Go to Proverbs 14. Proverbs chapter 14. All through the Proverbs, it speaks about your ways. The whole Proverbs, directed according to your ways. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Proverbs chapter 14.
Uh-huh.
Every wise woman buildeth her house.
This shows you the ways of a wise woman.
Uh-oh.
This shows you how to detect a wise woman.
Okay.
It says a wise woman builded her house. It ain't talking about with bricks. So what do you mean by building her house? You build your house by forming, to form by the ordering. You build your house by forming, by ordering according to the laws of God.
Right.
Which means everything is in order according to the laws and the commandments of God. The husband don't gotta be there.
Nah, he ain't got it.
The husband ain't gotta be
She
there.
got it. She got it.
The wife got that. The wife is making sure the Kaliga bed is in place. The wife is making sure that when your mother come, you make sure that your mother honor and respect God without needing her husband to be there.
That's right.
That's how you form and order your house according to what God says. Tom Sheet.
But the foolish plucketh it down with her
The
hand.
foolish pluck it down and destroys it and demolishes it and breaks it down with your hand. How do you break the house down?
No order.
When the mother of the house go against the order of the father.
No order.
So now I'm destroying the whole house now. Now I'm allowing my children to pick sides.
Right.
I'm on Ema side. Well, Ema, man, you know, I shouldn't think like that. Move, man. No, I was wrong. Stay in your place, son. Yeah, your mother could complain to you. But let your mother complain in vain. That's your mother.
Stay in your place.
Let your father complain in vain.
Yeah,
No. Your mother, man, she's something. Yeah, I got nothing to say against what my brother and my father
You
did.
can't agree to that.
I'm not agreeing to nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm staying out of. I'm staying in my place, man.
Neutral.
I'm neutral, man. Ema, I ain't mad at you, and Abba, I ain't going against you. That's between y'all.
Y'all, that's right. Teach.
That's between mama and papa.
Thank you.
What mama and papa go through, you mind your business.
Not my business. Facts. Teach that. Teach that.
Tom, see?
He that walking in his uprightness spirit the Lord.
He that walking in his uprightness did what?
Spirit
He
the Lord.
fears God. Now you can show, now it shows you
Who
fears God and who don't fear God. How do you walk in your uprightness? You walk in your uprightness by following a certain course or procedure that God considers to be just and right. So what is the course and the procedure that God considers to be just and right? It's in the book. If you don't read it here, don't do it. If you ain't reading here, don't celebrate. If you ain't reading here, don't acknowledge it. Leave it alone. Stay away from it.
You ain't reading here, don't eat it.
If you ain't reading it, don't eat it.
You teach.
Tom, see?
But he that is perverse in his ways despiseth him.
He that is perverse in his ways, he that departs or turn aside from God, he that changes to him is what?
Despiseth him.
Despising him.
In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride.
In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride. Woo. Why is the rod of pride in the mouth of fools? It describes how the proud speech of fools hurts others and yourself. That's the rod of pride. You say things in your pride and you don't even realize that you are affecting yourself and people by saying these things.
The heart of the pride is in his mouth.
Tom Sheik.
But the lips of the wise shall preserve them.
But the lips of the wise shall preserve them. The word for preserve is shaman. The lips of the wise shall preserve them, shall guard them, shall serve them. Go ahead, read.
Where no oxen are, the crib is clean.
Where no oxen is, the trough is clean. That's the trough is the place where the oxen go to eat. But if you don't have no oxen, the trough is clean.
The area is clean.
The area is clean. Tom Sheik.
But much increases by the strength of the ox.
Much increases by the strength of the ox. That ox, he works. He works and he put. When they say, man, this guy's strong as an ox. That's why they say that. Tom Sheik.
A faithful witness will not lie.
A faithful witness will not lie. That means if you continue to lie, you're not faithful. See, the book shows you who you are. The book is a mirror and it shows you who you are. He said a faithful witness. The Hebrew word for faithful is emun, means a faithful or loyal witness. Will not lie.
But a false witness will utter lies.
A false witness will utter lies.
A scorner seeketh wisdom.
A scorner seeketh wisdom.
And findeth it not.
You ain't going to find it. God is not going to deal with you and open your eyes to nothing because you're a scorner. You think God is opening your eyes. You think God is showing you. But if you continue to scorn, then God is not going to show you nothing. A scorner is a person that mocks by expressing their negative opinion about what God says. Tom Sheik.
But knowledge is easy unto him that understandeth. Go from the presence of a foolish man, but thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge.
When you realize that he's a damn fool, stay away from him.
That's right.
Now it's time to go. This guy here is talking some foolishness. One dude said, well, I believe that God is us and we are gods. If there is no gods, we just I said, yeah, all right, brother, you right, man. You know what? I'll talk to you later. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Brother. I'm not even going to get into that conversation. I'll see you later. I'm gone.
He said the Shabbat start at sunrise.
Yeah.
The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way.
The wisdom of the prudent. Woo, man. I said the wisdom of a prudent man. A prudent man governs and disciplines himself. So the wisdom of a prudent man, he's going to understand his own ways. He's going to be watching himself.
That's right.
He's going to watch himself, man. And with that, all I got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
I'm calling the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika, man level.
Please rise. And repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
I am
the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor, and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, or the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. The Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect. Chief men, prince men, mothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters, I bid you our tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
We're going to move straight ahead to the book of the law, Deuteronomy chapter 23. It said, he that is wounded in the stones, or hath his private member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. All right? These are requirements. Physically, if you have this going on with you, if you're wounded in the stones, men have stones. We know what that is. If you're wounded in the stones, or you have your genital cut off, your private member cut off, right? It says, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Back then, you got castrated. They made you a eunuch. It would stop your line of descendants. Stop you from providing sons. Stop you from having a family by castrating, by cutting. Once you got that cut off, a man can't have children no more.
That's tough.
Sometimes in war,
Right.
you get hit with a bullet or an arrow or a sword.
Injuries.
Injuries, accidental, on the job, anything. Anytime this happens and you get wounded in the stones, he said you're not able to enter into the congregation of the Lord. Just that alone. That's why Ebed Melech, God said, you know what? Never mind that you don't have a member. He said, you observe my Sabbaths. He said, so you're going to always have a spot. You good. He made an exception for him. He got a spot in God's house. Okay? But not everybody had that spot. You have a lot of nations that did piercings. Okay? Once they do piercings in those areas, you wounded it. And it's also a worship to an idol. Okay? A lot of times, priests of wicked priests of idols castrated themselves also to be, what they call it, celibate. Okay? You have priests of idolatry. They don't have children. Y'all know that, right?
Right. Okay.
And they castrate themselves. Now this guy don't want to do that. He want to follow God, but you castrated yourself. You're not going to be able to come.
Right.
Okay? Time sheet, verse 2.
A bastard should not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
What is a bastard? First, we got to decide.
Mamzer.
Define what the mamzer is. A bastard. You bastard. What is a bastard?
Illegitimate.
What is a bastard? A child, a person that was born out of wedlock.
An evil bed.
Okay? The evil bed out of wedlock, rape, adultery, incest, whoredom. Okay?
You gotta get a DNA test to find out.
Maury got to come and tell you who the child is. You can't find the child. You got to take DNA test. You got to do this. You got to swab the child. All that is because the child, nowadays, most of the time, is whoredom. It's whoredom. Most of the time. Okay? Yeah, adultery. But the number one is whoredom. Because everybody's having sex and they're not married. Everybody got a baby mama, baby daddy, the whole world's having sex, illicit love affair, a love child here, a love child there, and you wasn't married. Yeah, I'm married to my wife here, but I wasn't married to her. I was not supposed to have a child with her. So that child I have is a bastard. Never mind, I named him Isaiah. Okay, he's a bastard. And bastards will not be established. You know what established means? They're not going to complete these commandments. They're not going to change their ways before God. They're not going to accomplish what God requires of us before you die. A bastard is going to turn away. Okay, man, I don't know what's wrong with him. Then go back to the beginning. How was this child conceived? Under what circumstances was this child conceived? When you had sex with that woman, when you had sex with that man, were you married? Because that's how it happened. You just link up, you have sex, and the roll of a dice, you get pregnant. Now, y'all not married, but I'm coming through to take my son, right? This is the way of the world. This is the way of heathens.
Yeah. This is after weeks of arguing with her to get rid of it.
Okay?
That's a fact.
Most of the time, we didn't want the child. All of this come from you being a whoremonger and you being a whore. A whore is a woman who has sex and she is not married. A whoremonger is a man who likes to have sex with women who don't be married and have sex. All of that is not good before God. This is why you get bastards. This is why you get confusion. Confusion. You don't know who the daddy is. Say, yo, man, so who the father? First thing. Who the father? When you see a woman, you go, wow, she's pregnant. Oh, wow. You've been watching her for 6 months. She's pretty as hell, but now look, she got a bow. Wonder who the father is. Everybody always want to know who the father is. Look, she don't know who the father is, and that's not good. If she was married, she only got one man, okay? Her husband, who she's supposed to be with, there's no questions asked. There's no questions asked. Okay, so that's how you become a bastard. That's how you get a bastard to come in this world. Okay, through whoredom, through adultery, which is adultery for a man, is when the man has sex with a married woman or an engaged woman. Okay, that's when it's adultery. If he has sex with a prostitute, right, that's not adultery.
No.
It's whoredom, but it's not adultery. Okay, let's get it clear. Adultery is punishable by death. Okay, you can't, women feel like they need to get a revenge. Oh, because he went and he did this with her, he did that with her, so I'm gonna go and do that. That's the thoughts of a heathen woman.
Be like Cardi B.
That's the hearts of a heathen woman. Heathen women think like that. Okay? And then you go out there and you get your revenge, right? But you committed adultery. It's not him.
I heard. That's not.
The girl that he was with, she wasn't married. He didn't commit adultery. You went and messed with this dude, and you're married. You are married. You went outside. Another way is incest. That's blood and blood having a child. That's brother and sister, or uncle and niece, or auntie and nephew having a baby. That's incest. That's inbred. Those are monsters. Those are abominations. Those are bastards. Okay? You want to know why this world is so wicked? Most of this planet is hosting bastards.
No, it's so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Your president could be a bastard.
Okay. A lot of people don't know how they got here. A lot of people were told how they got here, but it was a lie. A lot of people, well, you know what? You were adopted. You wait till I'm 60 years old and tell me I was adopted. You shouldn't have told me nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're not really my child. You see your uncle, that's really your father.
Or your sister.
Or all these
I
things.
take her from her.
This happens when you go sneaking off and having sex when you ain't supposed to be having. A baby's gonna come out. The purpose to have sex is to have a baby. It wasn't for pleasure, but it feels good. And that's why people do it. It's a good feeling. People do a lot of things because it feels good. I shot an arrow. I said something mean to you, and it made you cry, but it made me feel good. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Teach.
These things make you feel good inside, physically, spiritually, and this is what God don't like.
Teach.
Okay? It tastes good, but it's unclean. Oh man, I don't know, man. If I could, I love my bacon, man. Out of everything we just talked about all day, all night, I'm showing you death. What happens when you die? This, that, the third, all this. And your taste buds got a hold of you. Your little taste buds that were made to serve you, you let it control you. Okay? Counsel. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Okay.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation.
A lot of people say, see, they're bastards. Because no, God tells us. God never called Ammon and Moab bastards. Never called them that. We got to stick to what God said. We can't put that on them. Okay? But God said don't let them in either. But he's going to tell us why. This is not because they're pastors. No, they're pastors. No, it's not because of that. It's why. Why? Because what?
Because they met you not with bread and with water.
That's one. That's one. They did not. You were strangers. You didn't have a home. Okay?
Fresh out of Egypt.
You walking past. I should allow you to walk past. I should allow you to go past. I shouldn't be like, hey man, get out of here, you bum. Go across the street and walk over there. All you're doing is walking past. That's how they treated us.
That's right. That's the reason why we went through the wilderness.
That's how they treated us.
That's right.
Leave people alone.
That's right.
They say, hey, excuse me, can I get through this? All right, go ahead, man. Let the van pass. Let the people pass. Because that's what we wanted to do. We did not want to go in their house. We did not ask for anything. We just wanted to pass through. We got our own food. We got our own water. We got everything. I just want to pass through. They said no. They came out hostile. We can't be hostile to people for no reason. We don't like it when it's done to us. We got enough. We live different. So people gonna always be hostile to us. So we can't go out there being that way.
Got you. Okay.
We got enough on our hands.
I got you. Okay. I got you.
That's just more and more and more and more.
I
Let
got
the
you.
people pass by. Let them go. Let them go about their business. Don't give them so much attention. Hey, okay? Yeah, leave them alone.
That's right.
That pagan probably honor his mother more than you do.
Okay. I got you.
That pagan, his mother can tell him shut up,
I got you.
and he shut up,
I got you.
and he keep his mouth shut.
I got you.
This is all that we got to keep it on us.
Okay.
Okay? We're not supposed to be hostile with strangers if they don't come bringing hostility. You ain't got to check nobody. But why am I going around trying to check when there's nobody doing nothing wrong? That's the attitude they had. And that's why God said, don't let them in. I don't like how he treated you. Treated. Did they kill any Israelite at that time? No. They didn't kill not one Israelite. He said the treatment. I don't like how they treated you, man. So we can't do the same thing.
Got you.
To each other.
Got you.
Tom Sheep.
Got you.
When you came forth out of Egypt.
And what he said bread and water. All over the book. I read bread and water. Bread and water. What if y'all come one day, one Shabbat, and you get bread and water?
Next week.
If you feel away, God will curse you.
That's real.
Hey man, what's wrong, man? I'm going to DCP. I'm going somewhere else. I'm going to another camp. I'm going home. God will curse you.
That's real.
Bread and water affects your pride. Your pride is so high. Food. You like this with food. What God accepts and what our ancestors accept, your pride and your taste buds won't allow it to be accepted.
Listen, it's deep. It's deep.
Okay?
That's deep.
Think about it.
That's deep.
Right or wrong?
It's gluttons, including myself.
I don't want to give, all right, now read some. Oh, wow. I just found out that this flesh or this product or this drink is unclean. Mm-hmm. This has blood in it. Mm-hmm. This has fat in it. This has this. Why don't you stop trying to defend it? Stop being so defensive over the things that you're supposed to make a difference on. You say, hey, brother, whoa, calm down.
Relax, man.
Relax. It's for you. I come out my business to go about my way. I could go about my business because I know how to keep myself straight. I said, but yo, calm down. I didn't get to finish putting the sentence out. You know what that means? That's your pride. That's your pride talking before you.
Not trying to hear it.
That's your pride. Your pride knows what you're about to say to me.
Right.
My pride knows what you're about to say to me, and I don't want to hear it. I cut it. I said, "Man, calm down. You don't even know what I'm about to say." It said, "Hear the conclusion of the matter before thou answer." At least let me break it down to you first, okay? So, bread and water. I'm going to come back to that. What if you go in that kitchen right now and there's bread in there and water, no sorrow, no lemonade, no juice?
Sanctified.
Check yourself. Yeah. He said, look, man, we ain't got no food. We got money, but we ain't bought no food. We didn't buy no food. And it's not a sin. There's no such thing as a Shabbat meal. You're trying to be like the Sunday meal. Yeah. Stop playing because we don't read that in here. There is no Shabbat meal. Okay?
Right.
But the food be good on Shabbat because it's also a feast day. Okay? But don't start calling it a Shabbat meal.
We look up to the day.
Leave it alone. It's for the day. It's not about the meal. We're all about food. Rush, 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 rush. You got to calm down. That shows also what your pride is. Just how your food alone. You know why? Because they say they flew on the spoil. And they flew on the spoil. They flew on the quails. And they didn't get the blood out. They went, grabbed it up, and started hitting it and eating it. And no preparation. God hit them up for that. Yeah, I gave you this, but it has to be prepared a certain way. Let me ask you a question. How do you get the blood out? How do you get the blood? This is for you in the chat too. How do you, according to what we read, how did they get the blood out? And how do you get the blood out today? I'm asking the questions today. All right? I'm asking the question. I want to see where everybody head at because they got the blood out. God commanded them to get the blood out and the fat out. There's a procedure. I want to know how we get it out today.
I grilled the meat, bro.
Okay? I'm asking a question. I need somebody to answer me how they got that blood out.
The blood come out.
All right?
Took the head off.
Okay. Bread and water. Tell your child, look, today you ain't getting no sandwiches. Because all Israelites, when you go to school, you send the kids to school, they should have their own lunch.
Uh-oh.
I said,
Uh-oh.
all Israelites
Uh-oh.
that have children, when you send your children to school, they should have their own lunch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, you out that lunchroom.
That's the jail food, the hospital food, and the school food is the same.
All
of it is made in jail. The hospital food and the school food is all made in jail. Okay? Inmates and convicts make that food. That's number one. It's institutional food. And that's unclean. It's unclean. All of it is unclean. It smells the same. It smells the same. I caught a flashback. We had an appointment with Imam. And it's Afternoon time, so it's lunchtime. You smell that food. I said, wow, it smells like the mess hall. It smells like up north. It smells like jail.
Child time.
Go to pick up my friend's child in the school. I gotta wait outside here. They in the cafeteria eating beef patties. And it smelled the same. All that food smelled the same. Yeah. Your taste buds alone will cause you to sin. And what you accept shows who you are.
Okay.
So you know what, man, I'm good with this water and this couple of pieces of bread. Boom, boom, boom. If you can satisfy yourself with water and bread, you'll be good. God could work with you.
That's right.
Man could work with you.
That's right.
A woman could be your wife. You're easy dude to work with.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He said because they didn't meet you with the simplest thing in the world, bread and water. They didn't have the heart to come out there with that. You get the flesh, you get that. Man, you have a heart. But bring in some water. Traveling, people who travel, when at the end of you get hungry, you get thirsty, you get tired. That's why they had an N, I-N-N.
People come to my
house. They had that back then.
Come to my house, I immediately. You want something to drink?
This was right. This was a spot for people to rest. You get up, you move out again. Rest stop. Now from that they changed it into hotels.
Holiday Inn.
Yeah. That's where hotels come from. Look, nothing we do today is new. All right? Wicked and good. It's all old.
Nothing new under the sun.
All of it is old. It's been done already. You know how long people been living on this planet before you got here? You know how many thoughts that you thought was thought already millions of years before you got here? By men and women and children? This day and age, this generation doesn't accept the old, doesn't accept history, doesn't accept anything before it. Everybody thinks about now. They don't think about the future. They don't think about the past. They think about now. That's the way of the world. That mind, that way of thinking is heathenistic. Because in this book, it said, you're going to reflect. Don't forget your past.
Consider that.
And consider your end. There you go.
Yeah.
Past, present, future. These are things that you got to always consider.
Right.
Because God said, be godly like him. And
Right.
God dwells in all three.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
God dwells in all three. I can't explain that to you. It's because he's God. Only he could do that. But our brain could go in the past. But right, I can still go back in my head. I can go back to that thing that I did.
Don't forget.
Right?
That's right.
And I can see the future of this. Right? Okay. So God gave us enough to where we could deal with what I did, what I'm about to do, and what I'm doing. So you can't just stick living in the present, because that's what the heathen do. The heathen today is about mindset. Today they already got you dressing like them. They already got you eating like them. Now they want you to think like them. That's the ultimate. Look at everything, even this book, the way they do. I said, look at this Torah the same way the heathen look at the Torah. The heathen read the Torah too, and they have their criticisms and judgments, and they have their notes, right? And now I see Israel read the law, and they have their criticisms against these people, judgments that God didn't say should happen, and side notes. See how easy it is to become these people? He said, because they met you not with bread and water in the way.
And because they hired against the Balaam, son of Beor.
Balaam. Two reasons. They hired a hitman. But this hitman, he don't use guns. He don't use arrows. You know, he's a warlock. He's the male version of a witch. You got witches, those are the women. You got warlocks, those are the men. Sorcerers. And he knows how to put spells on a person without touching you. He knows how to mess you up without beating you up. He knows how to kill you without killing you. Roots, okay? And they're cowards. That's a cowardly move. That's a cowardly move. Okay? Because in war, the honor is honor in everything. And there's also honor in war. Back then in war, what they did, they said let the young men play. What they did. Did anybody square up? No. I grabbed you and you grabbed me. There's no shield. I am going to die. You are going to die today. And that's that. Whose men were tougher? Whose men were more ready to go? And that's why he said let the young, that's how the young men played. Okay? Not how the young men play today. Play, our play is sword play. It's fighting with swords to the death. That's how we play. The heathens play is cartoons, toys, kiki, parties. Yeah, tickle. Yeah. Yeah. That's what play is for the heathen. For us, play, folly. That's the word. Folly comes from the word foolishness. What David said? He said, I have done foolishly. He said, I have sinned. He said, I have done foolishly. So to do foolishly is to sin. What fools do? All fools do is sin all day. When he stops sinning, he become a wise man. So everything that's foolish is wickedness and is sin. And that's where that word folly comes. Folly is that. Folly, when people are in their folly, they're pleasing themselves. Not pleasing God. Not pleasing who God told me to please here, which my parents. You know, they tell me to honor nobody else on this planet but mommy and daddy. You didn't even say honor the king. But you're going to give it up to the king because he has the power to kill you and your parents. That's wisdom. But God only commanded you personally with your father and your mother. Now, however anybody else think about your parents, that ain't on you. You clear. But it matters what you think about them. What you got in here will show what you do, how you talk, and what you do. And what you do for them, what you know, it'll show. It expresses what you have in here. Sometimes the person gonna say, yo, man, what's up with you? With me, hey? Me and you cool. Right or wrong? He said, nah, we cool. I said, nah, nobody asked me that. He said, yo, man, because I noticed when it comes to me, it's like you got an evil eye towards me. It's like I'm David and you Saul. See, Saul wasn't an evil man. He just had evil towards that dude. The evil spirit was on him, and he blamed him for it. I blame David for it. David is the reason. God chose him over me. Yeah. All right. Since you all that, you beat Goliath, huh? Okay, go out there. Go out there. Here, you, the top man, go in the front of the battle. Go in the front of the battle. Hopefully he'll die by the sword of the Amorites.
Go get
The Amorites
give me 100 nights.
Yeah, he comes back in. He comes back in. He didn't die. I said, damn. What's going on in my head? I'm scheming how to kill David because the evil spirit is on me. See, I got booted out and you took my place. Who I'm gonna be mad at? Not the person that switched me. You! I'm gonna come at my replacement. That's the evil spirit. Joab got his general. He was the number one general. Demoted. But now he didn't get demoted. His power got split.
Yeah, because he was still going out with them.
He was still the general, but now he ain't the only general. You got to share that power with two others. That's what it was.
He didn't jack that.
He didn't jack that. Because now, look, not everybody got to listen to you now. I don't report to you, Joey. I report to Amasa. And that was his cousin.
That's right.
Think he cared? So, yo, come here, man.
Hit him up.
He hit him right there in front of everybody that he was making a statement.
Because he left his body.
And he left his body right there in the road. The other man,
Everybody
contort.
passing by and seeing his body. Yeah, that's hard.
You know what that is, man? So I said, man, don't let Joey go down peacefully. Yeah. In his old time. Because he killed men in the time of peace, man. I appoint you to hold the door down. This guy come and want to go to war with you. You coming against me because I appointed him.
Got you.
Well, no. I don't care how much you hate him. I put this man there. So when you go against him, you don't hate him. You hate me. That's what God said. God said, I heard all the words y'all murmured about in your tents, in your doors of your tents. Okay? He said, oh, well, Moses, he said, because they ain't murmured against you, they murmured against me. He said, look, man, no. Samuel, stop crying for that dude. I'm over it. I already found somebody better.
Hold on down.
Go over there. Go to Jesse. He got a lot of sons. I already chose one over there. And at the same time, the oil got pointed on David. The evil spirit jumped on Saul. And then now what? The evil spirit wasn't for him to go against God. But David was against David, man. So you can have an evil eye towards a person. You can have an evil.
Okay.
You okay, but when it comes to this guy, the evil spirit is on him.
Okay.
I don't like this nigga.
Okay.
Now, I'm not with the group no more. I'm over here with one dude or two dudes.
Okay.
Yeah, all of that. That's the evil spirit. We got to recognize what be jumping on us.
Teach.
You say you got the evil eye.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What are you focused? What is this eye focusing on? What are you focusing the evil on? Who?
I don't know.
It's specific.
My spirit just don't take it.
You are wicked.
What?
How I don't like you and my spirit don't take to you and I don't know you.
What?
I can't be that way.
You
You could be a wicked person, but I don't know that. I gotta leave that alone.
You got a wicked spirit thinking that way.
What I did to you?
You have a reason?
Then now look, and you run into the right one and be like, all right, so let's just go take care of this thing. Because I see you got a problem with me. What's up? What's good? You run into the wrong person that's going to give you what you asking for. Now, the evil spirit don't turn you that way. So you got to recognize that, man. You got to read this book. It will tell you, you'll be able to detect. Because certain things that happen to them will happen to you.
You won't see yourself.
You will see it.
Everybody will see yourself.
You will see it if you pay attention. You got to pay attention. You have to pay attention. But if I'm in my emotions, I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to feel it. I'm not going to hear it. I'm not going to take counsel. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to do nothing about it. Emotion is something else. God said, move out the way. I'm about to wipe all of them out. God was tight. He was jealous and tight.
Tight. Wrath.
His wrath, his jealousy brought that wrath up. So, yeah, there are times when we get emotional. I'm not thinking. Moses had to speak to God. Change God's intent. My man spoke to God.
That's different.
Change God's intent. His intent was the right. He said, okay, I ain't going to do you all one time. Get up in that wilderness. Do 40. Go in that wilderness and do 40. You got sentenced to 40 years in the wilderness. Not jail, in the wilderness. You got sentenced to 40 years in a place where nothing grows.
I was saying it was walking in circles.
It was walking in circles, man. The area that they was walking in was a circle, right? Because they don't know the way. They've never been outside of Egypt.
They following the cloud.
Right? And that's all they got to do is follow that. And guess what? It's a 3-day journey.
3-day journey turned to 40 years.
It's a 3-day journey.
Turned 40 years.
Okay.
He was walking in circles.
Have them bugged out.
Okay,
Man,
have them. Okay. Same God then, same God now. Okay,
Different.
he dealt with individuals that hold fast to him, but the mass, the majority, God killed them. The majority of the Israelites, God killed them. He said, "Hey, was it Deuteronomy 4? Yeah, go to Deuteronomy 4 real quick. We'll come back here. Go to Deuteronomy 4. You got it?
Yeah.
Read.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and the judgments which I teach you.
God is speaking to them.
But to do them, that ye may live and go.
Hearken. Pay attention to the teachings. Pay attention to what I'm dropping on you so you can do them. This is something that has to be done.
Gotcha.
So you have to pay attention. You can't be so easily distracted.
Okay.
So let's just say to the statutes or to do them.
Okay.
That's why I say hearken. Hearken means to listen, to give respectful attention to.
Okay.
Okay. The singer's up there singing. You in the crowd having a conversation. Is that respectful? What's the singer?
No. Not at all.
You're not hearkening. You're going to miss something. Okay? So he said, hearken, O Israel. Listen with the intent to do. Read.
That ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord thy God of your fathers.
That you don't go in the land and die. That you don't go in the land and get beat up. That you don't go in the land and get housed. Back in the day, we used the word called house. I house you. Meaning I take all your stuff. I take everything. They come in and take everything. Now, before we got kicked out, in the time of the judges, what was going on? Others was coming in and subjugating Israel.
Yeah.
In your own home. You can walk up in your house and take what you want out your house. Moabite could come in your backyard, and you was on the wine press, you pressing grapes. You go back there and take your wine. Take your pop's wine. I'm gonna take a couple of sheets too. It's not you or your daddy gonna do about it. That's what was going on. Sisera, Eglon, all these guys. Yeah. These guys came in the land and ran it like we were chumps. Why? Because we would have shortcomings with God. Right. Anytime you have shortcomings with God, he make the weak, the sinful, the wicked, the heathen, the ones he told us not to follow, he deliver us into their hands.
He said to the worst of the heathen.
To the worst. He said, you know why? Because if you don't listen to God, you will become worse than the heathens.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
Oh, you don't believe me? We're going to go there. I'm going to show you. Tell sheet.
That you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. You should not
wait. That ye may live and go in and possess the land that what?
That the Lord your God of your fathers giveth you. You should not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it.
Listen, man, it's very important. You only go by what is in the book. The questions should go according to what is in the book. If it didn't say that, why are you asking about it?
That's right.
Jay, man, I'm about to go in there and make some sandwiches. You want a sandwich? See, yeah, I want a sandwich. What you want on the sandwich? I say I want cheese and mayonnaise. I go inside. I put lettuce and tomatoes on it. And I come back. I come back now and give you a sandwich. You look at it. What's this? I didn't say lettuce and tomato. What told me in my head to give the man lettuce and tomato and he never said it? This is what we do with God's law. We put lettuce and tomatoes in there where God don't say lettuce and tomatoes. Y'all understand now? That's what we do. We gotta stop doing that.
These laws don't need amendments.
Nah. And whatever's in here, we stick to what it says. If it doesn't mention something, we not mentioning it. It has nothing to do with it. Okay? There are a lot of different stories out there. Okay? But it's not in the book. So don't worry about that. We got different stories, different things with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Moses. That's not in this book. Things they never did that people say they did. So we can't follow people, man. And before you ask a question, go back and read the chapter again. Because sometimes you didn't understand what you read. Yeah. It's just like school. Not everybody's on the same level. When you check everybody's test scores, you can see this guy got way more comprehension level is higher than this guy. This guy's reading it, he's not getting it. Turn sheet.
That you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because
So you was here. You are my witnesses. They are God's witnesses. The ones that was in the wilderness are the Most High's witnesses. That organization, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh Witnesses, it's a religion made up by a man.
They seen God come down there. They heard God go.
Charles T. Russell. That's who made up that religion of Yod-Heh Vav-Heh Witnesses. The Russellites. That's why they call them Russellites. Because the man's name is Russell. Russell. His name is Russell. So they were called Russellites. Okay? But we not even the witnesses. We wasn't there. Were you there? Were you there, Governor? Were you there, Chief? Okay, I wasn't there either. I can't see it. I can't say I seen or heard of it. That's what God said. God told those people, he said, you are my witnesses. You know that, right? God told them, he said, you guys are my witnesses. You see what I can do for you and against you. You see what I did to the nations for you. You see what I did for you in Egypt. They were there. That's why he came hard. That's why he was so hard on them. Because you had no excuse. And you keep running back to this idol who's not putting up the work. The idol is not lit. The idol can't do nothing. It can't do nothing. But you know what the idol is for? So that you can go beyond your restrictions. That's what the idol is for. Those idols, from Jake to the fat God to all of them, they're made for man to do what he wants, as long as he don't do these commandments. Everybody's satisfied as long as they don't do these commandments. Everything is good until a family member starts to do these commandments. Now I hate you. Before I didn't care what you was into. You was a Muslim, you was a Christian, you was a regular heathen, you was this, you was that. But then I still loved you. Didn't have no problem. But when it came to this, I got a problem. You know why? Because it separated you from me. You told me you don't celebrate these days no more. So you're not bringing the kids no more.
That's right.
You told me. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is another reason why a lot of family members be mad at you. Okay? Because they're like, whoa, what are you into that's cutting what we had out?
That's right.
Hey, God, he said, I'm a holy God. Okay? And see, all the ways of our families are the ways of the idols. And you're the only one out the family that's sticking to this. So you are going to be the black sheep of the family.
That's right.
Okay? They're going to always find a reason to shoot you down.
That's right.
And it's not you. No. If you stop serving God, they ain't shooting you down no more.
No, welcome back.
Welcome back. Live your life however you want. Mess your life up if you want. You can be a devil worshiper if you want. But you can't serve God. They're going to hate you if you serve God. Ain't that something?
Yep.
Ain't that something?
Yes, it is.
Hellenism all over again.
Yes, it
Because
is.
whoever was a Jew that stayed faithful to God, they killed you. They killed you, man. Or they forced you to do things, and if you didn't want to do it, they were in the public eye. in front of all other Israelites, they will humiliate you, embarrass you, put you to shame, and kill you. Tom shit.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Your eyes have seen. You are a witness to what I did. Huh? Because of this thing called Baal Peor, y'all keep running to. Y'all saw what I did in that manner. Tom shit.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor,
All the men, everybody who followed that idol,
the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you.
God said, I killed them. He didn't say they died. God said, all the men that followed Baal Peor, I killed them. I personally got rid of them in this wilderness. Tom sheet.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you.
He said, but all of you who I'm talking to, the reason why y'all alive, because y'all stuck to God. Y'all didn't go with those people. You didn't go with your family. You didn't go with your friends. You didn't go with the, oh, well, those are my people. You said, wait a minute, man, those are my people, but they're doing something that God, we ain't supposed to be doing that. I'm not going to go over there because they do things that are against God. I'm not going to be a part of this because it's a ritual. God never said we had to do this. He said, so see, being that you thought that way, that's why the rest of you are alive today. Tom sheet.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whether you go to possess it.
He said, I taught you statutes, judgments, so that when you go in the land, you go in the land and you can stay in the land. Those statutes and judgments and commandments that I gave you to live by is the guarantee that you survive your descendants in the land. Okay, that was God. You know, He made it simple. It was nothing. There's nothing to break down. You keep these commandments, you stay in the land. Okay. Either way, look. You don't keep these commandments, it's gonna keep you out. Either way, you're getting in that land. I have to keep my word that I gave to your father. But I'm letting you know, when you get in there, don't get big-headed. Keep my commandments. Because if you don't keep my commandments, the land and everything is already ordained to go against you. Okay? That's why we started getting famines in the land. Okay? And then after that, I said, okay. Assyria, come on. Took them out. They never came back.
Listen, I'm gonna give you rain in due season.
Okay? No rain. Now you ain't getting no rain. No rain, no crops, no food. Famine.
That's right.
Famine.
That's right.
And your enemies are surrounding you.
That's right.
Ain't that something? Tell you.
Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
This is what makes you wise in the sight of the nations. These laws and commandments are strange to people, but they will notice that certain things that happen to everybody else, the regular people on the planet, don't happen with you. God maintains you. They will see that. Tell you.
Which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
This is what was supposed to happen. If you guys, if they went into the land and they kept the commandments, the people around about them, in time, they're going to say, yo, these people got it, man. Say, this is true living God. They got it, man. So you know what? They're going to start coming to you for advice. And they're going to start coming and asking about the God you serve. And after a while, you're going to be a nation of priests. That's what God said. If you follow these commandments and you get in the land and you keep the land, He said you will become a nation of priests. We never got to do that. Tom sheet.
But what nation is there so great, where God so nigh unto them as the Lord our God?
No nation.
Is in all things.
No nation.
That we call upon him for.
No nation. We got all the answers. People say, well, why do we exist? People ask questions like, why do we exist? Who really is God? Why do we die? Why are we alive and why do we die? Why does the sun, why is water wet? All of these things people ask. right? Because they don't know the Most High God.
Mhm.
We got the answer for all of that and still turn against it. We're the craziest people on this planet. Israelites are the craziest people on the planet. Because you got the answers to the test and you still fail. You got the answers to the test and still fail. How? Don't you?
And what nation is there so great that has statutes of judgment so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently.
Only take heed to yourself and keep your soul diligently.
Lest thou forget the things which thou knowest.
If you don't stay focused, if you don't stay reading, if you don't stay on it every day, you're going to forget. Right or wrong.
That's right.
And to forget is wickedness. He said, lest thou forget,
Lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life.
Unless they depart from your heart. This is gonna leave from your heart. All the stuff, all the godliness and holiness that you was getting and bringing into your heart, once you go off, it's gonna leave your heart. Don't you?
But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb. When the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live.
Horeb, that's Mount Sinai. That's when God introduced himself. That's when he descended upon the mountain range and lit it all on fire. That's the same day he's talking about. Tamshi.
And you came there and stood under the mountain.
And you came and you stood under the mountain.
And the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness.
Exodus 19. He's recapping it. God is recapping the scene that happened at Exodus 19 when he descended upon that mountain. And this is that same day is the day of the blasting of the trumpets. Yom Teruah. Okay, that's that day. That's why God said this day is the day to memorial. This is going to memorialize this day. The day I came down here is a great time. God descended on the planet in his majesty, his whole majesty. It had the whole mountain range quaking, hopping, on fire, black smoke, thick smoke. That's the day he's talking about right there. Tamshi.
And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude.
Same thing like with Moses. When Moses saw the burning bush, God spoke to him out of it, out of the fire. And we know fire don't speak. And somebody's in there. Somebody's in there. So he said, you heard my voice. He said, thick smoke and all this going on. And you knew I was up in there. I spoke to you out of fire. That should tell you something, man. Yo. They were witnesses. They were the ones that actually went down with. You don't know what that is? For a mountain to be on fire and the voice of God, they know what God's voice sound like. They got to hear his voice.
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to
And I declared unto you my deal. Covenant is a deal. Because God makes deals. As long as you keep your part, he's going to keep his.
Even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
That was part of the deal. He said, when I told you my covenant, he said, even 10 commandments. It's the same deal that I gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God didn't switch the deal up. He didn't put a extra stipulation on it. He didn't do like Laban. See what Laban did. He said, oh man, now we will not give the elders for the young. What you tell me now is too late. God don't get down like that. Same deal. Assumption.
And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither you go over to possess them. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, For you saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb, out of the midst of the fire. Lest you corrupt yourselves.
He said, take heed to yourselves. Remember, watch yourselves. In the future, when you get confronted with certain things, remember, you did not see. Similitude means shape, form, or description. You did not see a shape of how I'm shaped. You didn't see my form. You didn't see my face. You didn't see nothing. You only heard a voice. Just remember that, Israel. So this is why you shouldn't have pictures and images. This is why. Because you didn't see what I look like, so you shouldn't have nothing. There's nothing. That's why images, idols, pictures are condemned by God. He said, I'm the real thing. You got the real thing. I'm not with having a statue of me, right? And I'm all over. I'm present all the time. God is omnipresent. He's present all the time. He's everywhere. It's everywhere. Anywhere you could go, God is there. Okay? So why does God need a poor replica of himself for you to bow down to when you got the real thing everywhere all the time? You understand me? That's why he's saying what he's saying. You only heard a voice coming out the fire. So you know it ain't the fire that was talking to you. So the fire gods, dead. It ain't the fire god. You know, you know, I am the Lord, and that's it. I'm the God of your fathers, and I was in that fire, and you heard my voice. So, being that said, don't go messing around. Read.
Lest you corrupt yourself.
How you corrupt yourself?
And make your graven image.
Making a graven image. A graven image is an idol. It's a statue. Okay? You corrupt your spirit. Your spirit gets corrupt. And you won't notice it. It's not like your skin changes or you get stomach ache. You don't know it. You don't know it. You won't realize it. God sees that. So look, take that down. The spirit is corrupt. There's a breach open to where a virus could come in your spirit and have you go against God's commandments. Okay? Township.
The similitude of any figure. Likeness of male and female.
You didn't see. He said, well, bring it back.
The similitude of any figure.
Bring it back.
Lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image.
Lest you make a graven image,
The similitude
the
of any
shape,
figure.
form, fashion, or description of a man, of a female,
The similitude of any figure. The likeness of male or female.
You see that?
Uh-oh.
You see that?
Uh-oh.
He said, look, take heed to yourselves.
Uh-oh.
Because I spoke to you, I'm live.
Uh-oh.
And I spoke to you out of fire. You don't know what I look like. So there's no representation to make of me. There's nothing to make to represent me. There's nothing to make to carry on your chains and put on your walls to make of me. You only heard a voice and you can't duplicate that. You can't take rocks and make my voice. Okay? That's why God didn't show himself. As an example, he said, therefore, when you get in the land, don't go bowing down to the idols, leave the pictures alone, leave those images alone. Because you only heard a voice. You did not see.
He said, tear down. He said, tear down the pictures.
Tear down the pictures. Because it's a similitude. The pictures and the idols and the images are a similitude. There is a shape. There is a form. And I can tell who that is by the description. You can't do that with God. Township.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
Now we got the likeness of any male. Bring it back. Go back.
Lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image.
A graven image.
The similitude of any figure.
Thank you. Wait. The similitude of any figure that covers all symbols and signs, logos. Okay? Watch it, man. You can't just be, oh yeah, man, I like this and put it on. That symbol, all those symbols, the designer symbols, the kids symbols, all those symbols are idols. They represent a God that is not God.
That's
Okay.
not our heart.
No.
heart, that's
But
a symbol.
When they go like this, nah,
That's
man.
a symbol.
It's not. It's a
Heart
symbol.
don't look like that.
No, your heart
Look
don't
like
look
this.
like the heart look like a fist, look like a bunch of
It's a
muscles.
muscle.
And go like this. It looks ugly.
It's ugly.
And they symbolize that shape with a day called St. Valentine's Day. No symbols. That's what's right there. God said any similitude, any form. You can't represent God. You can't use anything to represent God. Okay? Because you ain't seen there's no shape of me, so no shape can represent God. Tongue sheet.
The likeness of male or female.
Male or female.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
Beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of any winged.
Because you have, all right. You have people, the year of the cat, the year of the dog, the year of the dragon, the year of the rat. That's the worst one.
Yeah, the rat.
The year of the bird.
Yeah,
the rat.
me.
And these are animals, actual living creatures, beasts that God created. And today, people have New Year's celebrations according to beasts. Over in the Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, okay. Another part of the world, they're doing it, but it's different, but it's all the same. God said any similitude of any male or female, okay, you can't use any shape, sign, or symbol to represent God. You can't make anything of a shape or symbol that represents a woman. So, when my kids are grown now, when they were young, I didn't let my kids go on school trips. Oh, man, you just got to go with them. I'm not going either. What the hell I look like? Oh, it's okay to go certain places if I'm there. No. The reason why I'm not letting them go, because my parents didn't let me go. Certain things I kept. I didn't look at it as, oh, well, I couldn't have fun, so I'm going to let my kids have fun. You're an idiot. See, yeah. And you're still mad at your parents for disciplining you. Yeah. So you're letting your children run wild. You hear that? Don't do that, man. Don't do that. So now I don't let my children go to trips. Everybody in New York City, New Jersey, and Connecticut, #1 trip is to go to the Liberty. Right or wrong, please. Everybody go to the Statue of Liberty. No, we go to the Statue of Liberty. And they go up inside the statue, inside the idol. Go all the way to the top. Where you get the torch. You don't even know what that torch represents. You don't even know who she really is.
You really listen to them when they say that word?
Listen.
You do your research. They say who they say that is?
That's the devil himself. That's the devil in his female form. In his pansexual form.
Do your research.
Okay? Half of the year is a man, half of the year is a woman.
Do your research.
Okay? So that Statue of Liberty is really a man. Okay? Oh, listen. Y'all don't even know. A lot of those deities were hermaphrodites.
Right.
Okay? A lot of those idols and deities were gay. They all have a story. They all have a story of how they were born and how they died.
Yep, at the beginning and end.
That's not a God. That's not a God. Time sheet.
The likeness of any winged fowl that fly in the air.
The eagle, the falcon, all hats. You know, all hats, everything with a brim. All hats, everything with a brim. Everything with a brim. Come from the idolatrous falcon god.
Falcon.
Okay? And Nike.
Keep wearing them fitteds.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So they caused the children of Israel to wear hats. I never wore that again.
Anytime you see something that got wings on its feet, that's a demon.
That's right.
Devilish. And those wings, okay? Wings of the bird, wings of that, That's what's put there. The first hat had wings. Had actual wings.
We still got them.
You know who? All right.
hats.
Okay. There's a superhero. They call him superhero Thor. What Thursday's name now? Okay. He has a helmet and he got wings.
Yep.
So when you wear a cap, when you wear fitted, you wear any hat, you bowing down, you automatically worshiping the Falcon God. You're honoring Thor. Oh yeah. You gotta leave them keep the caps on. In the book of the Apocrypha, right?
Yeah.
What got his name? I think his name was Jason. I forgot who it was. But it was Greek. An Israelite that turned Greek caused the Israelites to wear a hat. He said he made them do this. He made them violate the Shabbat. He made them eat this. He made them do this. He made them do that. He said, and he caused them to wear hats.
Take them out their uniform. Pope hat.
Because by putting that hat on now I'm
You
under the
represent something
banner.
else.
I'm not in allegiance with God.
You represent something.
I'm not in allegiance. Okay?
Teach.
All this come from what? Read that, the beginning of that verse.
Lest you corrupt yourselves
Mhm.
and make you a graven image, the similitude of
The
any figure.
similitude of any figure that cover what people call stars. What y'all call 6-point stars, 5-point stars. The people, the people who use them, they call them pentagram and hexagram.
Right.
Jewish people, the Judaism, they put that on David and Solomon. David and Solomon ain't got nothing to do with that. Come sheet.
A graven image, similar to any figure. The likeness of male or female. The likeness of any beast that is on the earth. The likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air. The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground.
You know, when you mess with your eyebrows, you worship cats and dogs.
Egypt.
It's an Egyptian custom.
Egypt.
Roll on.
Teach.
The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heavens, and when thou seest the sun.
Now, when you follow the astrology, you follow all of that.
You gotta lift
you
up
worship
your head.
all of that. Because the astrology signs got male, female, right? It got beasts, it got flying fowl, it got everything that's in the water, right? And then the day that you were born is under one of those constellations of a beast, of a
idol, half man.
Hear it, Mr. Gemini.
Come on, y'all.
You ain't no sad.
Come on, man. Yo, pick a tribe. Your tribe is who you are. You heard? Your tribe is who you are.
That's right.
Try to fit into
the tribe you choose.
All right, when Jacob ran down his sons, right? Try to fit into that. Be like Benjamin. Try to be a ravenous wolf like Benjamin. Okay?
Squeeze yourself into the limit.
Try to fit yourself in how Levi carry himself. Try to fit, you know what? I'm Judah, so I'm gonna carry I'm gonna carry myself like a king. All kings come out of Judah. Yeah, you remember, right? Yeah. Now, a lot of brothers, man, they say, look, man, I'm out of this, and I'm out of Gad. A troop coming. So I'm always gonna be ready to go out and move. I'm always gonna be, man. I know brothers that drink a lot of wine because it said he shall wash his clothes in the blood of grapes. That's what he said about Judah. And I see brothers trying to pick, oh, that's good. You're not sinning. I ain't mad at him. But leave them signs alone. Leave that stuff, leave that devilism alone. Leave that alone. Remember, if we all call Israel agree that those astronomy signs are no good.
Okay.
But the birthdays that's where the birthdays come from.
Exactly.
All right? That's where the birthdays come from.
Stop playing games.
Time sheet.
And let thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven.
And if you look up, all right, you didn't make no graven image.
Stargazer.
You didn't.
Turn into a damn stargazer.
I don't have nothing up on the walls. I don't have statues. I ain't make none. He said, but I just go and look up in the sky. And look up in the heavens and do what?
Admiration.
And when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, should it be driven away?
Driven. Stop. I was say driven. He said, damn. He said, you know what that word means? He said, I don't need the dictionary. He said, a very strong urge and desire to pray to the sun when it's in an eclipse mode, or the moon, or shooting when the shooting star is the same wish.
With your glasses.
You don't see the whole world is out there doing the same thing?
Whatever goes on up there, there's no prayer for it. Stop it, y'all. God did not say when you see lightning, say this. God did not say when the sunrise, say this to the sun. When the moon come up, when they're blocking each other. Y'all leave that alone, man. Leave it alone.
Teach, brother.
Jeremiah 10. You're being dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Teach.
And that's how you get dismayed, because you're being urged, a strong urge. Because you got people who don't deal with idols. They deal straight up sun worship. Listen, I've seen people in the street with their hands up like you think they're praying to God, they praying to the sun.
Teach.
And all these religions and all these other walks of life are sun worship. But now God went to these things because God knows the heart of man. And he knows the different ways man gonna worship idols. That's why he broke that down in there. He said, first, I don't want you to make no shape that you say it's God. I don't care if it's a triangle.
That's right.
You won't make no shape and say it's God.
That's right.
Now we go to man and woman.
Okay.
Then we go to beast. Then we go to the fowl. Then we go to that. And now we're going to go. And if you just look up and be driven, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You don't have no idols. You don't have no pictures.
Yes, sir.
But here, and with here, with your senses,
Yes, sir.
you look up and be forced in you to say, well, you know what? God did create the sun. See, that's where you messed up at. God created the sun to serve you.
You, not
One
you,
for the light, one for a lesser light.
And for a sign
Season.
and seasons and changes of time.
That's right.
We know,
And help-
we
help
know,
the food,
no,
help
no.
the crops.
Is the sun about to go down now?
Nope.
We know that. I don't even have to see the sun. I can tell by the way it is outside.
Yeah.
We are nowhere close. It's too bright for it to be close to sundown.
Straight up. you know
Okay?
it's midday.
Straight up.
Midday.
Straight up. You look straight up and straight up, you know it's in the middle of the day.
Middle of the day.
If it's going up down there, you know the day is about to end. You don't need a clock for that.
Yep.
The clock came from that.
That's right.
The clock
That
came
clock
from that.
come from- that's
The
right.
sundial, all these things came from. All right.
That's right. Do your research.
Muhammad's father, my grandfather, was a sailor. And he said, you could look up at night where the position of the moon at, or where the position of the sun at, and tell you the time of day. And tell you where's east, where's west, you know the navigation. Nautical, it's called nautical navigation. Okay? Nautical navigation. Anytime you hear that word nautical, it has to do with water. Okay? And that's what it's for. It's not for us to start praying to it or start glorifying it. It's there to be a clock. And for us to raise our crops up off of with the heat. Time sheet.
And serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt.
I got you out of Egypt. I got you out of a spot where Egypt got everybody all over the world living there. Egypt got Babylonians, Israelites, Greeks, Romans, these people, that people. They got everybody. That's why it's called an iron furnace. And guess what? We live in an iron furnace. New York City. New York City.
America.
New York City. They say the city that never sleeps. Right? You know why they say it never sleeps? You know where they get that from? You know where they get that from? Because Babylon. The actual title to Babylon is the mother of all abominations, whoredoms, sins, and iniquities. Okay? And in Babylon, it's the city that never sleeps. That's what they said about Babylon. Today, Here in this country, there are cities named after those places. You got Babylon, New York. Right or wrong? You got Goshen, New York. Where they get these names from? The book. But this is a New York. This is a new Babylon. This is New Jersey. This is new. Over here, everything is new. He wants you to forget the old, man. Babylon is the beginning of all harlotry. Prostitute, the first prostitute prostituted in Babylon.
Came from Babylon.
You understand that? The first warlock that did a spell, he did it in Babylon. Okay? That's what it means by the mother of all. All a cradle of civilization, right? This is where we came from because of Babel. Babylon is named after Babel, the land of Babel. What happened? The world got split. Disbursement. With the idea to serve idols. Everybody left and went to their lands with their languages with the idea of what God is telling us not to do. Be looking up, that's the biggest one. Look up and be driven to worship the sun, moon, stars, and all the hosts of heaven. Tongue sheet.
To be unto him a people of inheritance.
Okay, go back to Deuteronomy 23. And that's why we don't have pictures. That's why we don't have paintings. That's why we don't have portraits. That's why we don't have statues. That's why we don't have busts. My child graduates. You're gonna know. But you won't know when you're not gonna know by seeing the picture on the wall. Because my wall is bare. My wall is bare, and it got a couple of words of the Tanakh up there. That's it. My walls are bare. I'm not putting no idols, no images, none of that. Because when you put it up there, why you don't take your dead grandmother's picture and put it close to the cross? Why you don't put it there? You say, no, man, don't put her down there. That's what people say. I said, man, that's a picture of her. That's not her. But people, a woman about to cheat on her husband.
Stash it under the couch.
Look, this is the portrait. This is the portrait when they got married. What she do? You seen a lot of movies like that. They turn it around and put it down. The man, look, she turned the picture down. You treating that like you can see. Right? And then what? Not even the picture of the ring. You took the ring and said, well, I'm about to cheat. You took the ring off.
And then yes, your back pocket.
Those are your idols, man. Those are idols, man. They incorporated it into your life, man. Time shit.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God will not hearken unto Balaam. But the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing.
He said, you went and got Balaam, top-notch sorcerer. This guy he could put a spell in the whole Brooklyn. If he was alive right now, he'd stand up on top of the highest building.
Top of Empire State
the highest building.
Top of Empire State building. Everybody.
And he could just have fun. He hit up Times Square.
Everybody.
Yeah, this guy was able to do it. He had a college. Yeah.
Sorcery.
The first college was a witch college.
What you mastering in? Sorcery, gang.
What you mastering in sorcery. Divination.
And you went there to learn devilism, trickery. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna teach y'all something else too. I'm sitting down, right, and I got a dummy.
Yeah, that puppet.
And I got my hand on the puppet, right? My mouth don't move. And you see the puppet moving, but it's my voice. I'm throwing my voice. It's called ventriloquism. That is also witchcraft and deceit. That's what anything a magician do, you can't do. Leave the cards alone.
Tarot cards.
Tarot cards. What you think the 52 deck of cards come from? Clubs, spades, diamonds, and I used to love to play spades. I kill you in spades. But then me and my Abba, we found out that the 52 deck of cards come from tarot cards. Tarot cards are divination cards. Divination are certain cards that I use to tell your future or my future. Well, no, your future. Because me, the diviner, I can't tell my own future. I can only tell your future, but I can't tell mine. Show me a diviner, show me a psychic that can tell them their future. But they always ready to tell
stop.
They'll stop.
They'll stop. Thank you, brother.
Stop divining.
Thank you. So all these things we not dealing with, we don't deal with. There used to be a lady named Cleo back in the days in the 90s. It was a lady named Cleo.
See.
She said, call me now. She said, call me now.
She had a
She
good run,
had
too.
commercials all on every channel.
She had a good run.
Woman was calling. It was mainly women calling.
Yeah.
I want to find out if my man cheating. That was the main one. She said, they asked her, what was the main thing that everybody want to know when they go? They said, most of the time it's a woman. They want to know who they man cheating with and lying down with. Well, look.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Video.
Yeah. Guess what? Right before that. Right before that. In the 90s. That's correct.
Commercial.
Look. She blew up off of that. But guess what? She in jail now.
With Bishop Whitehead.
She in jail now.
She with Bishop Whitehead.
Scamming. Yo, they're scamming. Ain't no Israelites supposed to be down, no scamming. You scamming alone. Scamming is heavy today. Scamming is so heavy. Scamming is so heavy. If I make a mistake and I'm putting my PIN number in, and I make a mistake and put that in, security stops everything. Because to them, somebody's trying to get into my thing, but it's me. I just forgot. But the cautionaries is up there because people are thieving. There's another universe called the digital world, where your cash,
Cryptocurrency.
so everything turns into pieces of electricity that we can see and hear. It's called data on the computer. Okay? My money, I can take $20. Hey man, cash at me $20. Here, take the money. And you go boop, 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 and the next thing you ping, and then I could go and transfer that data into cash again. Or it's a value. So look. And they're sending all of that. I said they're sending all of that. So leave the scams alone. If it's not your card, you shouldn't be swiping it.
BOA.
If it's not your name, you shouldn't be putting it on the card to swipe it. You shouldn't have pieces that pop.
Yeah. Shouldn't have no pros.
Okay. No. All right. This guy don't hustle. This guy don't hustle. You don't have a job. You don't have nothing. No check. No nothing coming in. He got a Benz.
Ain't nothing new under the sun.
He got a Benz. And he stayed dipped out. He got jewelry. And he stayed lit. Yeah, he has thieves. Thievery has went to a heights now. Well, you ain't got to stick nobody up. I don't have to actually rob. I can rob digitally.
Yep.
That's not us.
Cyber thugging.
Cyber thugs. Cybers. People steal your identity. Yep. My identity got stolen. In what, 2013? 2013. I got a call. Look, I got a call from the police department. And they're informing me that somebody is using my identity. And they were buying stuff.
All in Vegas.
And that was messing my credit up, and I didn't know. Yeah, man. That's why I'm so scared now. I don't walk outside with ID.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Miller.
I don't need ID. If I need it, I come home and get it. I don't walk with no cards. No card. I don't walk with it because you lose it. Look, without your pen, they're going to get you. It could be on you. They know how to do that stuff, man. It's high-level digital stealing.
Punch made dead.
Tap your phone to take your bag.
Yes.
Punch made dead out here.
So all these things, be careful not to be involved with it. And be careful not to get caught out there. Tell you.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever.
He said, look, man, He said,
Check
I'm
not on
going to
their
turn that
well-being.
blessing into a curse. When Balaam tried to curse you, I turned the curse into a blessing. And then I made him turn around and curse the same guy who hired him. He cursed Moab. Moab tried to get us cursed and wound up getting cursed. But it didn't happen right away. It didn't happen right away. A lot of the prophecy that Balaam said happened later. He spoke about the Greeks. He said the Grecians. He spoke about the Greeks in Numbers. The Greeks ain't coming to power to way down the line, man. These damn men getting kicked out the land. He spoke about Moab. He said the border, he said, you guys, your border's gonna get hit up. And you know when it came to food, when it came into play? There was one king of Moab that went to war with the king of Israel. And he got beat real bad. That Moabite king, he got whipped. He went back, grabbed his firstborn son, put him on a wall and slew him.
Nah, this nigga need more sacrifices.
Like, what? No sacrifice.
The stuff that these people bow down to look like this.
Gargoyles. Demons.
Real demons.
They got it on top of my head.
It say, Asa's mother, Ma'aka. She
Made a
made
monstrous.
what she made
Monstrous
a monster. And when I looked up the word, it said gargoyle.
Yeah.
You know what a gargoyle is? A demon.
Jeez.
In Manhattan.
Got them niggas on the
Old
building.
buildings, they got them
Right at the
buildings.
library.
Right after
Okay.
that,
That's, you see this? What we have here? That's their version
Yeah.
of this. Okay? So we can't be involved in a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff we can't be involved in, man. Can't be. All right. Anything to do with Harry Potter, the kids shouldn't watch. You understand what I'm saying?
not the book.
I mean, Harry Potter is a magician. He's a sorcerer. Why are you letting your child watch that? Don't let him watch that. He's gonna be inside playing. Say, I'm gonna cast a spell on you. They're gonna play out what they see on TV. Tom shit.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, but he is thy brother.
Leave them alone, man. You don't even know who the real Edomite is. Historically, you don't know who the real white man is.
Esau wasn't white.
He wasn't white. He was red and hairy. He was a black man. He was just reddish, had freckles, had red hair, and he was light skinned.
That's right.
I used to go to school with a kid named Eugene. You remember Iman? Yeah, you shook your head. You remember? You remember how he looked? He had thick red hair.
Some from upstate.
He had freckles.
Kids.
He was your complexion. Chief shout out, Governor. He's your complexion, but a little lighter, but reddish. When you pinch him, you see it red. And this dude was hairy, man. I said, man, that's Esau. But guess what? Esau is my brother. I did Esau wrong, and Esau didn't forgot about it. All right. So you say the white man is Esau, right? Forgive him. Forgive him for the slavery. Because when you did him wrong, when you did who you come here,
He gave
right
you a
or wrong,
pass.
if Esau is the white man, he got done dirty first. Right or wrong? Right or wrong, y'all? We just read about it today. Let's keep it a buck. I don't want to hear about it. Because you want some black stuff now. You want some black power. You racist, man. You can't be racist, man. Because we did it first. If he's the white man, that means the black man was Jacob. He supplanted him twice, and he cried about it. He said, man, this guy don't took the birthright. You don't keep tricking me. I keep losing. But guess what? He forgot about that. Right?
Yep.
So you should forget about it then.
Ate that.
If the white man, so you should forget about it. You know why? You know why? All that happened of God. Everything that happened with Jacob and Esau, God said it was going to happen. He said, man, don't worry about that. I'm still blessed. Look. Got the world right now. Right now. Right now, the descendants of Esau and the descendants of Jacob, who winning? On the earth. On the earth. Who got the corn? Who got the wine?
Esau.
Who got the farms?
Esau.
Who got the money? Who got Fort Knox?
Quote unquote.
Who, quote unquote Esau, right? Okay, let's leave that all that alone. God said that was going to happen. God said they are not, most of the time when you have twins, you can't separate them. You see Noah, you see Sariah. They don't be apart from each other too long. Okay? The boy, boy, girl, girl, boy, girl. They finish each other's sentences. They're close. All right?
Close knit.
Not those two. It was not Jacob and Esau.
That's why she said, why am I
God
done?
divided.
It's just not a regular pregnancy.
Rumbling.
But then she found out it's two in her. We don't have sonograms back then. Everything that you really relied on God back then. We really relied on God back then.
God answer.
See, we don't think about God too much because you got too many machines. All these machines and all this stuff to make you comfortable, to make your life easy.
All this tech.
We got blenders. Before, you was the blender.
You gotta grind that yourself.
You gotta grind it yourself. You gotta make your own, but we made our own butter. We had to worry about ingredients. I ain't gotta be calling. That's why it's best to keep your life simple. I have learned not to want too much. I have learned not to do too much. I have learned not to be all over the place. I keep myself still.
Simple.
It's simple.
Basic.
I keep my foods basic. It's simple. Yeah. That way you ain't gotta be, oh, I gotta read this, I gotta look. I don't want to do that no more. I know I'm sure about it. This is 100%. I ain't gotta look. I ain't gotta search. I know this is it. I'm gonna stick right here. That's how I've been coming in my life lately. Simple, 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 simple. Counsel.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian. Thou was a
Don't
stranger
hate
in his
the
land.
Egyptian. See, that's your brother, man. You can't hate your brother. Brothers get on each other's nerves. Brothers do all types of stuff to each other. Right? But you got to get over it. That's your brother. And you got to get over it too, because that's your brother. Y'all both got to get over it.
Grudge factor.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Okay. Now we're talking about the Egyptian. Now, that's not your brother. That's not your brother. It's your buddy.
Rented you that crib though.
You was a stranger in this land. But look how he treated us. Look what God did to him. God, bro. Don't you think they got hit up? But you still want them to get hit up?
Crazy.
God hit them up 10 times. They would never be the same again. But
around no more.
This is the ways of God. You was in his house, man. You was in his house. What were you doing in his house? Oh, you got a question?
No.
Oh, another Jacob. Hey, we serve the true and living God, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the God of Moses, the God of the 10 Commandments. Okay? And that's all who we acknowledge on this channel. Okay? If you do not like what we're saying, feel free to go to another channel.
Out.
Do not be disrespectful and get on our
Feel free to
channel.
log out.
Because that is not the way. That's not the way that people do. Okay, if you don't like it, you're not going to be able to stop me from saying what I'm saying. So, you go somewhere else with your trolling. Township.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation.
He said they can enter. You see that?
Shalom, move up.
You see that? You see that? Mm-hmm. See, when you're talking about God and anybody get upset, they're wicked. Right or wrong? Anytime you're talking about the Most High God,
Talk about it.
and you upset,
Talk about it. Talk about it.
because that's just not what you want to hear.
Eat your cup of tea.
You shouldn't. You know what? You did the right thing by getting up and leaving.
That's right.
I don't want nobody around me that don't like God, don't serve God, don't love God.
Straight up.
Because look,
You gonna get a jam.
We're gonna get into it because I'm on his side.
You hear the jam.
Okay. But we are always going to get people who are going to get offended. I just told y'all, your own family get offended. When you stop being a Christian, when you stop being a regular heathen. Sometimes people are people that have no religion. They're just living how they living, by their own heart, right? But then they run into the Most High God. People got a problem with that. Damn, man, you ain't had a problem when I was a devil worshiper. When I was worshiping the devil, you came to my house and hung around me, and I had evil spirits around me. Think about that.
They hate everything that's good.
Yeah, but now I serve God, you don't want to be my friend no more. Think about that.
Your name Marital.
Counsel.
When the host going forth against thine enemies, and keep thee from every wicked thing.
When it's battle time.
That's why you got beat up.
When it's battle time. When it's time to go in. When it's time to put in work. You don't want to have sex. You don't want, because you have sex. Once you have sex, right? The seed that cometh forth from the man, once it comes forth, no matter how, he's unclean. And she's unclean. Okay? So at that moment, you stay away from your woman. That's why I say, come not at your wives. In Exodus 19, God told Moses to tell the people, 3 days. 3 days. I don't want no uncleanness. Stay away from all wickedness. Because you're about to meet God. 3 days. For us, it's 1 day. Clean after 24 hours. Clean. Talk to you.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
This is what we call nocturnal emissions, street version, wet dream. You have a dream about having sex with somebody. Sometimes you don't even know to see the face.
Sleep.
No, it's just the sin.
Your body reacts to it. A man's body reacts to it. When you wake up, you emit it.
Sweat.
You ejaculate it.
Sweat.
In your sleep. Okay?
Moist.
Now, God brought this up. When that happens, you're automatically, like I said, no matter how, once that seed comes forth from the man, you're automatically unclean. Even if it leaked out on his own, you're unclean. Right? But it happened while you at war. You're not having stuff. You had a dream. God knows we have these dreams. Don't you see? Can't you read that this is the true and living God? Jake ain't never told no Christians about their dreams. Look, if you have this in your dream, do that.
Whatever.
Nobody ever went into another king's dream and said, I want you to return that man his wife. Before I kill you. But God. Laban. He said, yo, man, look, man, I don't even want to talk to you. Because God came to me last night in a dream and told me not to say nothing good or bad to you. So I really, look, if I can't say nothing good or bad to you, we really don't have nothing to talk about. We don't have, I can't even say nothing. You know what that means, man? God said, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing to him.
Say nothing. Just get what you need.
I'm about to kill you. That's my man right here. Don't ever tell him nothing good because you don't mean it. Don't tell him nothing. Because your intent is not good. He says, yo, so I just don't want to. He said, look, man, to make this mount, this heap here, we good. He said, but I just want to tell you one thing. So I just want to tell you one thing. You can't marry nobody else. That was the deal. He said, you got my daughters. You moving up out of here like that? I'm broke.
You're taking your wealthy self out of
everything. We got to start all over again. He said, yo, don't ill-treat them. No man wants his daughter to be ill-treated.
No, that's right. The biggest fear.
No man. That's not a good thing for a father. That's why he said, okay, but fathers, when it comes to their daughters, they get what? Bring their gun out. When it comes to the girls, because she's got to protect them. And when she's with a man that's not godly, It's not good. Not good. No man wants their woman. So in turn, you treat your woman how you would want your daughter treated. Ain't that just? Ain't that just? Ain't that fair? Any other way would it be correct by God? Any other way? That's the way. So, you know what, man? I wouldn't want this to happen to me. So I'm not going to entertain this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do something to somebody I don't want done to me. I'm not going to do something to somebody I don't want done to me. I'll say it one more time. I'm not going to do something to somebody I don't want done to me.
Love your neighbor
like you love yourself. Whatever I love for myself, I love for my neighbor, my brother, my friend, a stranger. A stranger get that hospitality. As long as he stay respectful. Hey man, nah, you good? You go ahead, man. You can have some. Go ahead, you can pass through. Go ahead. Stop it, man. Time sheet. Take time.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation.
You talking about the Egyptians, right?
Right.
So the Egyptians, after the third generation from that time, they're allowed. So don't you think anybody is allowed now to serve God? Everybody's mixed up. Everybody's Egyptian. You got Egyptian in you too. You got white in you too. You think all your whole line was just black how you came out? You got white in you. You got Chinese in you. You got some Boricua in you. Everybody got a little everything. God scattered us amongst the denizens. He led us, okay? Led us forth with the workers of iniquity. He led us forth in the world amongst the denizens. We had kids with all these people. They had kids with us. They said by the time, before we got kicked out of the land, we was already mixed up. The Canaanites got mixed up with the Israelites. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? The Canaanites never got killed off. They mixed in with the Israelites. The Philistines never got killed off. They mixed in with the Israelites. Right. And then when the Israelites got taken out, Philistine DNA, Canaanite DNA, all types of DNA went out with them. So everybody got Canaanite blood in them today. Everybody. Look. It's George Washington. Was it George Washington? Yeah. It was George Washington, right? Right. They said they got Canaanite blood in them or something. One of those presidents, I remember, they did a DNA thing, and he comes out of the Canaanite tribe. He's one of the presidents. I think it was George Washington. Counsel.
When the hosts go forth against thine enemies, they keep thee from every wicked thing.
See, when you about to go to war, when you about to put that work in, you're going to avenge your enemies, or whatever the case may be. Stay away from all wickedness.
Better believe it.
I mean, at least stop at that moment. So at least God could be with you and deliver your enemies in your hands. Trust you.
If there be among you any man by reason of uncleanness, that is any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chances him by night, then he shall go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Right.
Thou shalt have a place without thy camp, whether thou goest forth abroad, and thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon. And this shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith.
This is for when we out. This is for when we out. We're about to go to war. We got the garrison. We got the war camp set up. You got to use the bathroom. You got to ease yourself. Go on or out of the grounds of the camp, down to the wooded area. You got a paddle. The weapon is a paddle. Dig. Do your thing. You cover. Dogs and cats don't need a paddle.
They kicking automatically.
Even when there's no dirt there, I see him do it outside on the concrete.
Natural instinct.
And he turned around and was doing this. Ain't no dirt, but it's in him to cover that.
Yeah.
Who put that in him? Who put that instinct in him? See where it comes from? This is it, man. This is it. I know for a fact. Nobody can tell me nothing. This is the way of life. For real.
Right. That's right.
This is the way of life because you see God in everything.
That's
man.
right.
Counsel.
For the Lord thy God walking in the midst of thy camp.
Because at that time, when we go to war, God is there. You can't see him, but he's there. He's there. Spirit is there. Yo, it wasn't God. It was other spirits at that house we was at.
Yeah.
You remember you were prison? We lying down.
Bob was
No. It was footsteps. We lying on the floor.
Niggas was ranting.
You hear people walking around us. I said, okay, so we got to exercise this house. We got to clean this house up. Boom, we went and got the Z crumbs, put them on the door, everything. We ain't had that no more.
Niggas got a body.
So there is a spirit world that does exist. There is a world that exists beyond the physical. The spirit world was here before the physical world.
Get off my train.
The physical world was created by God. Okay? Yeah, they're out here, man. Evil spirits, man. Counsel.
And to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee.
This is how you keep the camp holy. The camp can't have an outhouse in the middle of the camp. That outhouse got to be down 3 blocks down, out of the grounds of the area, of the encampment, of the encampment. God said, I don't want you to have to do that there. He said, because I'm walking amongst you guys. I'm right there. Okay, to make sure you win. So I don't want to walk. How you feel when you step on it outside? How you feel when you step on it outside?
It didn't even touch you.
Damn.
It didn't even touch you.
Look, I don't. I don't threw sneakers away just because cleaning this is
Nah. Straight up.
don't get it.
Straight up.
Whatever it is, I'm not cleaning that.
It ain't right.
You think God wants you, man? You want to kill everybody in the camp. You won't be able to go to war. That's why he said that. He said that I walk in the midst of your camp to deliver you and give up your enemies before you. You messing that up when you go make it so out right outside your tent. We'll go right outside. We'll go right here by the tree. See, you got to go away. Plus, it also says, right, you can't be doing that in public. Yeah. Hey, man. Oh, man, he a little kid, man. Go right there. Go right there. No, you don't teach your son that. You don't teach your son that, man. He's 5 years old. He got to pee. Take him to the bathroom. Don't make him go by the curb and pee out there by the curb. That is not the way of Israel. Counsel.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master.
Man, why are you bringing him back? There's a reason why he left for him. Right? You mind your business, man.
Yeah, right.
That's what that means. That means mind your business.
Out here acting like little Woody.
Why? What concern? What is it doing? What did it profit you to rat this guy out to his master and bring him back to his master? What are you getting out of it?
Little Woody, a nigga.
What are you getting out of it? That's what God said. Don't be. This is a mentality not to be.
6'9" the man.
See this guy hot as this. You know what, man? I ain't gonna expose him. Look. He going through it. He going through it. He's being oppressed. Or he probably got a tooth knocked out. They said, let him go for a toothsake, but I ain't let you go.
6. No,
So you let
6.
yourself go. Well, you think, why else would a servant? Most servants don't run.
You gotta pull these out.
Most, he said, man, I love my master. It wasn't the case when it went down like that. Most of them stayed with their master. I got a daddy and I'm standing here. And our kids and kids and our descendants will be servants to this family's kids and descendants. That's how it goes. But I'm not turning that guy in, man. See, God came and got us out. We was oppressed in Egypt. So why you gonna go turn that? He said, man, don't turn that. He said, let him go in any city. Any gate means any city. Let him go and live there. If you get bagged, you get bagged. But you mind your business. You, it's a sin to do that, to turn him in.
Nigga work 60, son.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto you. He shall dwell with thee even among you in that place which he shall choose. And one of thy gates where it liketh him best.
Anywhere
Thou
you
shalt
feel
not
like
oppress him.
You know, back in the days,
whatever you feel like.
back in the days, Israelites used to teach that, yeah, he could come in your house. He's going to come and sleep in your bed. He could pick your bed, or he could. No, he don't go like that. Because he said gates. See, and this is the thing too. In time of doing this, you read, you get it right. You get it right. Because you learn how things was. Because it say gates. Once it say gates, that's cities. Time sheet.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Okay. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. Our women, our daughters, they're not ladies of the night. Our women don't go to the club. Our women don't drink outside. They don't get drunk.
Like the daughters.
Our women don't sit in a cypher with men and smoke. Our women don't sit on stoops.
She said, count me not.
Like the daughter of Billy Al. Okay? They don't even walk barefoot in their
Go on and
house.
do that with your man.
Okay? Okay?
Shaking fat mom live for the bro.
Because all of these are the ways of wars. Yeah.
That part.
Yeah. All of these is the ways of wars. All right, what would she say? I ain't got no social media. What I need it for? I ain't trying to meet nobody. I got a man. I got a husband. She said, I got Facebook to keep in contact with my relatives.
Right.
But my friend list, I have 20 people, and they're all bad with it. She said, guys be trying to sound me. That's it. It's limited.
Go home and do that with your man.
All the attention comes from the man.
Perform for your man.
Perform, dance for him. You can dance for him.
Dance for your
Private dancer, all of that. That's good. Keep the marriage going. That's you're married to him. It's legal.
Keep it spicy.
It's legal because it's your husband. But once you go outside of that,
I'll be the plumber.
No.
You be the single mom.
Look, listen. And you know what? The more I put into this marriage, the more I'm gonna get out of it. Y'all understand me? The more I put into this marriage, the more I put into this marriage, the more I get out of it. All right? He said in the last one, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. The sodomy you gotta leave alone. Sodomy is when you have sex outside of the natural way. Anything outside of the woman lying down and the man getting on down to have a baby. That's it. Oh wow, we got a lot of haters today.
He said haters of the Lord.
Yeah, you doing too much, sis. You talk too much.
I like that.
He said haters of the Lord.
No, that means that
Sister talk too much.
that means that they don't agree with the Lord.
Talk too much. You chief men that know what they talking about. Talk too
Hey,
much.
look. All we talking about is what God taught. All we speak is what God said. He said, there shall be no war.
Get up out of here.
Don't sodomites. Hey, people gonna get offended when they hear these
Get
commands.
up out of here. Stay in
You
a
know?
woman's place, man.
When they hear that they, oh wow, so I'm a whore.
Yeah.
That's the first thing they come to. You know, that's what it means. Oh, I'm this, I'm wicked. Yeah, but you can change that. You can change that. If you don't accept and acknowledge your faults and your sins,
Ain't no room for change.
then you ain't never gonna change. You're gonna be worse than what you are. Don't get offended because that's what you are.
Max out in wickedness.
Man said I call a duck a duck. The duck is a duck, but the duck get mad when you call him a duck. And that's people today.
You think he's paid, huh?
Shalom Aleichem. Call up. Any questions? I see there's a lot of that chat was going like crazy. I should have at least one question.
Too much mouth. You don't even do the Lord right to your best ability. You got that mouth.
Any questions? Any questions?
Y'all got this nigga, bro.
I apologize.
Y'all getting out of hand. Y'all are getting out of hand. Y'all are getting out of hand. Hey. Everybody's having their own conversation and talking. What's up? I'm coming down. Wait till I come down. We have to behave yourself, though. Let's not get out of hand. We get too happy and we get out of place also. Okay, you can't do this in school, and if you was in church, you couldn't do it. So you can't do this here. Order, please. No questions? Any questions, Chief Shaman?
No.
No? Okay. Shalom Aleichem. Special words and announcement at the end of the East. Shout out to Chief Abraham.
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praises to El Shaddai, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things. The Lord of hosts is his name, Baruch Shemo. Give due respect to my father, my imam, family, brothers and sisters of vision, the language of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom Aleichem. We're going to work real quick. There's a few verses I want to get through. We're going to be real quick. Don't worry, y'all. Don't stone me. Don't stone me. We're about to eat. A couple of verses, and we're going to be done. Let's go into Ecclesiasticus, chapter 21, in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus 21, verse, second to last verse 27.
When the ungodly cursed Satan, he cursed his own soul.
Say that again. Read that again.
When the ungodly cursed Satan, he cursed his own soul.
Why do we keep the adversary, Satan, in our mouth? Why we keep talking about the adversary? None of our forefathers mentioned the adversary. None of our forefathers mentioned the adversary. Oh, where you get that from? The book. Who moved King David to number the people?
Adversary.
Did you talk? Who moved King?
God.
Huh?
God moved.
God moved him?
The adversary.
Okay. I thought it said that the adversary.
God moved. I taught that.
You get go to it.
2 Samuel, chapter 24. So you have a part in 2 Samuel chapter 24, right? Where it says, and again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them, saying,
So God
go
did.
and number
That's right,
Israel.
that's right.
And then you go into
Where did it say that?
and let me say one thing. And then you go into the Chronicles where it says that Satan moved them. But Satan didn't move them until God gave him to move him. So God moved him.
Thanks for bringing that. All right. So that's what it said in there, and that's what it said in the Chronicles.
Right.
And the El Shaddai knew what was going on, right?
Right.
When God came down, did he mention Satan?
No.
The King David mentions.
Nope.
So we should not be mentioning him.
Right.
Don't give him the credit. You gotta give God the credit. El Shaddai the credit.
Because he can't do nothing.
He can't do nothing unless God allowed it. That's what I need.
That's right.
Evil in the city.
So stop mentioning, oh, the devil make the devil. Stop that.
He didn't say that.
It's you. It's me. It's the evil in me that makes me do what I'm gonna do. Stop giving him credit. Don't mention him no more. Give all credit to God.
Yeah.
He does the good and he do the bad. All right.
Evil in the city.
Next verse. I ain't done yet. I got a couple of verses. I ain't done yet. Go ahead, bro.
What chapter you say?
21, Ecclesiasticus 21, verse 28 now.
A whisperer devoureth his own soul,
A
and
whisper.
and is hated wheresoever he dwelleth.
It said a whisperer defileth his own soul, and is what?
And is hated wheresoever he dwelleth.
And then later on in this book, in chapter 28, verse 13, it says, "Curse the whisperer and the double tongue, for such have destroyed many that were at peace." Stop whispering. Stop being double tongue. What's double tongue? Oh, you over here talking junk. While this person is talking junk about this person, you over here talking junk. And when that person leave, you over here and you talking junk. And then you talking about this. And then you talking. You jumping sides. You're doing too much. Stop whispering. Stop gossiping. Stop that. We're not with that. All right. Go ahead. The next chapter. No. Verse. The next chapter, verse 5.
She that is bold dishonoreth both her father and
say that again.
She that is bold dishonoreth both her father and her husband. But
Okay.
they both shall despise her.
She that is what?
Bold.
Bold. Israel do not have bold women. We have humble women. If God himself,
Say it again, brother. Say it one
if
more
God, if El Shaddai
Yeah, what?
himself, we don't have humble. We have humble women, not bold women. If El Shaddai tell the men not to be a lion in this house, how are the women supposed to be bold?
What it means to be bold.
Hold on, we ain't done yet, brother. You want to know how to be bold as a woman, brother? Can you go in the book, brother? Keep that open. Go in the book. Go in 1 Samuel, chapter 6, verse 16. Second Samuel, chapter 6, verse 16. 2 Samuel. Verse 16. Got it? Yeah.
And as the ark of the Lord came into the city of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looked through the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord. And she despised him in her heart.
Wait. It says she despised him in her heart. Despise. You cannot despise your husband in your heart. What's the definition of despise? It said to feel contempt or deep repugnance for. What's contempt? The feeling that a person or a thing is beneath consideration, worthless. She, like that time, she looked at her husband like he was nothing, worthless. What's repugnance? Let's go back. Hold on. Let's do this. What's repugnance? Intense disgust. Intense disgust. You cannot have intense disgust for your husband.
Getting on my nerves.
That's what despise means. You cannot have intense disgust. Get on my nerves. You said the right thing. Get on my nerves. You're irking me. All right. You cannot get like that. Let's see what happened to the sister that happened, that she got intense disgust for King David. Let's see what happened to her. Continue reading. Wait. Don't continue reading. You gotta go down like 4 verses. Go to verse 20. Go to verse 20.
So the people, then David returned.
Yeah, right there.
Then David returned to bless his household.
And
Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet David.
Okay.
And said, "How glorious was the
Listen
king of Israel
to
today."
the behavior of a woman that despises her husband,
woman
that have intense disgust for her husband.
How glorious was the king of Israel today,
Sarcasm.
who uncovered himself today in the eyes of the handmaids and his servants, as one of the vain fellows shamelessly uncovered himself.
Whoa. She said, oh, the great glorious king. She's being sarcastic. She said, oh, you want to cover yourself before the maids. You start talking junk there. She ain't curse. She ain't swing at him. She ain't yell. She was very sarcastic and very slick with
very sly with it. Yeah.
Continue reading.
And David said unto Michal, "It was before the Lord which chose me before thy father,
Okay.
and before his house,
Okay.
to appoint me ruler over the people of the Lord,
Okay.
over Israel.
Okay.
Therefore will I play before the Lord,
Okay. Read.
and I will yet be more vile than thus,
Okay.
and will be base in mine own sight,
Okay.
and of the maidservants which thou hast spoken of, and them shall I be as an honor."
Okay.
Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child unto the day of her death.
Oh, you heard that? You saw what God did to her?
Oh, man.
You saw what God did to her, right?
Say it again.
For her being bold and intense disgust for her husband, God stepped in and said,
Now, the daughter of Saul had no children,
no babies. No babies.
until her death.
All right, now
You
go
should
back.
be
I'm almost
standing
done.
in your
I'm almost
place.
done. 2 more verses. Go back to Ecclesiastes 22, verse 11.
Weep for the dead, for he had lost the light, and weep for the fool, for he wanted understanding. Make
He
little,
said, weep for the dead, for he had lost the light. He also said, weep for the fool. For what?
but he wanted understanding.
For he wanted understanding. So when they say wanted understanding, it means lacking. He's lacking understanding. What's understanding? To depart from evil. You don't sit there and talk about them. You don't sit there and laugh at them. He said,
He lacks a heart.
see, lacks a heart. You don't talk about them. He said, we feel bad for them.
That's right.
Feel bad for them, like Ezra did. All right, continue.
Make little weeping for the dead,
Uh-huh.
for he is at rest.
Uh-huh.
But the life of the fool is worse than death.
Uh-huh. Said the life of a fool is worse than death. So the person that's dead, you think, oh, private, nah, this fool that just keeps sinning before God, he's worse off than the person that's dead. He rested. Exactly. Last verse.
7 days do men mourn for him.
7
That is
days
dead.
doesn't. 7 days. What?
7 days do men mourn for him that is dead.
That is
But for a
dead.
fool and an ungodly man.
Wait, stop at 7 days. Go ahead, read that part. 7 days.
7 days do men mourn for him that is dead.
Uh-huh.
But for a fool and an ungodly man, all the days of his life.
You hear that? 7 days is, he said, a man mourn. We read where they mourned Moses 30 days. All that is fine. Next year, why are you still mourning?
Okay.
The man is resting. Move on. We don't visit graves.
No.
We don't do that. We don't follow the ways of the heathen.
That's right.
We don't every year this time we send up balloons.
We
We don't do that.
They made it a
We
memorial.
don't do that.
Talk about it.
We
That's
don't
the new
do those.
thing.
Those are the ways
That's the
of
new
the
thing.
heathen.
Kick your candles over.
What he said about the fool at the end?
Kick your candles over.
Kick
Kick your candles over.
That's right.
He said about the what?
But for a fool and an ungodly man, all the days of his life.
All right, this is the last part. It said for the fool and the ungodly man, all the days of this life, he gonna keep mourning this fool. You 20 years later, you still mourning. Then move on. All right, but and remember, it's very easy for us to be fools.
Very easy.
It's very easy for us to
David
be.
said I have the-
Before I talk about the fools, it's very easy for us to follow heathen. Stop following heathen ways with the morning. All right, and it's very easy for us to be fools. And when we think about fools, we think about somebody that's always laughing, goofy.
No.
I'm gonna read you three verses over here, and I'm done. Proverbs 1, chapter 1, verse 7. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. That's how you learn how to be a fool reading the book. Proverbs 18:2. A fool had no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. You have no delight in understanding and departing from evil.
Anything to do with
Last one. Be not hasty in thy spirit to be angry, for anger rests in the bosom of a
You
fool.
always tight.
Are you
You an
stupid?
idiot.
Am I stupid? When I say you, I'm talking to myself. Why are you always angry?
You an idiot.
Why are you always so quick to anger? Anger rests in the bosom of a fool. So it's safe to say that I'm a fool. We are fools if we live like this.
Yeah.
All right? Baruch Shemot. Blessed be his holy name.
I want to emphasize on something he said. He said, she that is bold dishonoreth both her father and her husband. To be bold is what? Showing or requiring a fearless, daring spirit.
fearless.
So when I say something, don't come back with something negative. What I say. Don't go back and forth with your Lord. If I say A, don't say B, C, D. And then when I say you walk up, you walk No. Those are bold, daring spirit. And when you have those type of spirits, you make your husband and you make your father despise you. You make your husband and your father despise you.
With that, I already got what was bought.
Come on,
Another
come on,
Shut it down. Shut down. Calm down. You doing